on your way from the Arcanod to the Hallowed Round. Our group of soldiers, having returned here from Timony and having dropped off Sid at the Arcanod, now travel with Bolaire, Lathalia, and Murray Magnesson down to the Hallowed Round for a brief detour prior to heading to the home of one Halandil Fang, where a week and a half ago, you guys mourned the death of Thiazi Fang. You look out and see the approaching Hallowed Round, and all you see a beautiful amphitheater. Long, sort of almost Colosseum-esque, like benches of stone in this ancient amphitheater, down to boxes, like sort of box seats that will have painted murals of wooden fences that have these beautiful, vibrant, living sort of murals of orcish heroes from the past and the history of Dol Makyar. And down at the very, very front of the stage, you see sort of in that central mural, the mural of the opening play, which is going to be Kotherai. And you see Vokyan Murzat, this historic orc who led a rebellion against Osgur the Conqueror some 100 years before the Shapers' War that failed. If only he had known that 100 years later, his dream would be realized during the Shapers' War. You see the stage and the lone tree in the center marking this sacred space that has been taken by Hal and repurposed to tell a brand new story. For 1,000 years, this place would have only been used to propitiate and worship Osgura, the god of war and strife. And now it can be used to tell whatever story mortals deem worth telling. You look down and see on the stage there, as you sort of park your wagon, you see a bunch of actresses the day before the play. They're getting ready for a big dress rehearsal later this sort of afternoon, evening. People are coming back from lunch, and you see someone you guys would all recognize from the funeral, which is Hal's business partner, Olgud Akarat, who is on stage busying himself. He's got a big sort of like wash tub and a washboard and is washing stuff, and he's calling out to people and going like, all right, everyone should be back from lunch already. We got a, oh, hey there, Professor, Master Lathalia, welcome back.
Hi, all good?
Hey there.
We just need to pick up a quick crate and take it over to Hal's, just a quick errand.
Oh, sure, he's coming back for dress rehearsal. He's got to go do that thing at is he speaking to the Photard today?
There's several appointments that actually have to be dealt with. Yes,
I can't believe if
happening.
No,
yeah.
I'm just going to say this. If I came back from the dead, I'd cancel my meetings the next day. I'd cancel them. All right. Well, welcome. Hey, for Master. Now, have you guys come out of the wagon and these are all Hal's troop? You got your hood up.
My hood up.
Oh, great.
Anyone who wants to stay on the cart can.
If you want to stay hidden, you can stay hidden. So instead, Olga just sort of looks out and says, "Great, help yourself back there. No problem here."
Can you tell me just a little bit about the show? Is it a comedy? Is it a drama?
Is it a drama?
Give me stealth.
Oh, Jesus.
Is that a 20?
I don't know what that is.
I think it's a 20.
Nat 20?
Yeah.
He goes, "Oh, Mass Stranger, the show is called Cathera, and it's which translates to the heretics or the renegades. It's a story of rebellion, revolution, of people that took a stand."
Is there a fight scene in it?
Choreography's gonna knock you on your ass, friend. It's gonna knock you straight on your ass, all right? We sold out 2 days ago.
And just in case we're not here for the whole thing, when does the fight happen? Is it a second act thing, a first act thing? I just want to make sure I can see it.
Well, it depends. You assume there's only one fight in this damn thing?
I feel one coming on right
now. You see, looking backstage, going back for your crate, you guys do not see the pariah blades backstage.
Great. Can I go look over at the weapons racks, look and see if they got mixed in with the foils?
The weapons racks are cleared. You don't see any of the weapons out right now.
Do you want to deal with this, or should I?
Let's help you. Yeah, let's
You see that? I think you see some wooden swords, some like simple poles, but you don't see any stage foils.
All good.
Hey there.
All good.
Okay, just deep breath. Tyranny, Wick, costumes abound. Please, take your pick.
It's Nick.
We're gonna go upstairs. I think they're using them for.
All good. Where are the weapons being used, like the master props?
They're out with the Barking crews right now.
All right. Where are the Barking crews right now?
barking throughout the city of Dolmakyr, trying to get these goggles out to everybody.
Yeah, we saw them
Where'd you see him?
everywhere.
On the way in, yeah.
Okay.
Right in front of the Candescent Crate, actually.
Okay.
By the way, if you guys are coming to get stuff, I think Hal has some stuff in a side closet. There's like a dummy corpse back there and a big axe that looks like a set decorating or scene decorating or something like that.
Is there a box still back there that says wigs with lice?
You look down and see on Olgood's washing board are a bunch of wigs. He goes, I popped that bad boy open. I don't know why we have wigs with lice here at the theater. I've been washing these wigs during my lunch break.
3 inches of dust on every bloody thing in every prop closet.
What about the box that was in with the wigs with lice?
There was a box in the box with the wigs.
I assumed that those
box
were
in the wigs and the
extra lice-ridden, so I got to those first, but there was nothing in there.
Nothing in
Is there a wig that's already been dried and cleaned that I could,
It's not that dry, but he hands you a soaking wet, long, curling blonde wig.
I love it.
Where would the box have gone?
He walks back with you, and you guys see the coffin of Old Balad resting on a small card table with a deck of cards and what looks like some fake wood coins.
I said
like
that
prop
this was
coins.
going to kill some improv troupe. I said it.
No one cares what happens to
Should we
a
get
fucking
the box?
improv troupe, as I said before.
Should we get the box?
Is that the important
Let's get the
thing?
box.
Hey, Nick?
Can you all Nick?
Oh, Nick. Oh, sorry. Nick.
Can you
Nick,
grab
gosh.
that box? Don't open it and take it back to the cart?
Yes, of course, ma'am.
There's a
Maybe
wooden-
have Kattigan help you.
There's a wooden crate in there.
hold
Just
it.
place it in the
Tyranny,
wooden
help
crate.
me.
You're going to place it in the wooden crate.
I have just a bunch of costumes, petticoats, wigs, just like, options for us.
Yes,
that I
please.
just-
Yes.
I don't care if I don't care if he dies.
All good.
Yeah.
We just wanted to, make sure that the master weapons were in tip-top shape for tomorrow night. Do you think that maybe you could gather those when the
Sure.
Barking crew gets back? Maybe drop them off at Hal's for us?
Yeah, when Shadia gets... Oh, you just want... Do you want... He wants to take a look at the stage weapons, the stage foils?
Yeah, the prop ones, the big ones that go clang clang when you fight with
Yeah,
them.
there's about 4 of them that are...
Yes, there are.
Yeah.
About 4. I think there was one that accidentally got damaged. Do you know where that went?
Oh, some of the damaged ones?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. You see, he takes you backstage, and they are still painted, but the pariah blades that were broken, those are available there.
I am definitely going to be taking them and wrapping them for the crate. Okay. Yes, they are. Sadly, they are on loan from the museum, and they are a little more delicate than we thought. These they're very old. They just need to be properly reinforced.
He looks
we
at this
use them.
extremely glossy, repainted pariah blade shard and says, "This from the museum? This thing costs like 5 copper pieces."
They don't necessarily look their best when they haven't been cleaned and properly dealt with. We do a lot of restoration work, and those are actually much more expensive.
Good. Well, I'll tell you what. I'll get Shadia to bring the ones that she's got out on the Barking crew back later tonight. All right.
All right, yeah, bring them by Hal's.
Full speed.
Thank you so much.
You got it. And by the way, show's tomorrow night. I've been sending letters out. I've been sending letters to Pentevero. I've been sending to the museum. Who wants comps? Who's coming?
Yeah, can we just have a whole front row?
Front.
Or
We've
if there's a
got-
little VIP section?
Yeah. You want to know where the best seat in the house is? We got privacy right up here, and he points to a very nice box that is all the way to the side, way out. Like, clearly not a breadwinner box seat. It's one where you'd be like, what's going on stage? He's like, you can have that whole section.
All right. That's
my
it's
private
past the
box.
180, but that's okay. We'll take it.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
We can put other people in the private box if we don't want to be around them.
Great. So I'll get, so we won't worry about comps. We'll just give you that private box. Okay.
Perfection.
Great. Perfect. All right. Well, let Hal know that we'll be waiting on him to come by and get dressed started. But the show's gonna be a humdinger. I'll tell you that.
Can't wait.
All right.
Looking forward to it.
Oh, good.
All right, let's go.
What the hell? You're back. Yeah. Good to see you. Hey there. Are you the? I had heard word that Someone said that your name got put on the gibbet, that the Crow Keepers are looking for you or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So don't tell anyone.
I won't tell anyone you're back.
All right.
All right, great.
But I will be here to see the show.
Oh, that's what I like to hear.
You guys put in some, like, fey doors and stuff, right? There's balconies?
He looks out and says,
Hal said you were going to put up.
We have fairy doors facing the woods. The legal restrictions on what we're allowed to do with the space, given the lease that we got from the Chamber of Lords Advisory. My understanding is that House Halevar raised some complaints about any overt religious symbols being placed on a public-facing area.
Okay.
But I have a fairy door that I got from my mother before she passed, and that's going to be hanging in the back outside my office, and we're going to have another big one that we're making from fresh leaves and vines from the Tintazi, and that's going to be all on backstage. So anyone that wants, and I'm going to leave out a big saucer of milk, and there's going to be fresh bread there.
Thanks, okay.
He smiles and nods.
I'm sorry, dear. I really did try my best.
No, I believe.
I'm very sorry.
Are we ready to go?
Yeah.
All right, let's go. As we're walking out back to the carriage, and as soon as we get into a comfortable position where we're not being overheard, Crow Keepers are pretty much all dismantled, by the way. I think you're good.
What?
Yeah, you guys kind of killed the Crow Keeper leader, and then we kind of had a run-in with them, and then we killed their runner-up, and I think they're pretty much...
we killed the runner-up. Did you kill another runner-up, or did you kill the leader?
I don't know.
I think we more or less swept away whatever was left.
They're fractured into a point where it will take a long time to get them functioning again.
That's great. Casimir had a few of them, and we took them out too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You confirm that indeed split between Zagi and her Crow Keepers in Laumi's chambers underneath the city, those that were with Casimir and those that were defeated at the guard tower in Caravan Hill, that threat against Thimble specifically seems to have evaporated from Dolmakyar.
Turns out they were the ones that knocked over that caravan handling a bunch of the runic blanks.
Oh.
So we found a big old pile of
Runic blanks.
Rune cookies.
Olgood calls out to you as you guys ascend the stairs again, headed for your carriage, and says, by the way, that, I know you don't want any comps, is that seat, I know she just got back today, is Thaisha gonna be in there with you?
She's back?
Yeah, she came back in with a couple friends, I didn't recognize them.
I fly up right in his face.
Yeah.
Was Octus with her? Was there a tall, nerdy...
Oh, I know. Octus he's the kid that studies with Thaisha, right? Yeah, he was with her. He just went on that trip with her to Venatus, right? I think, yeah, he's tagging around. He didn't look good, I'll tell you that.
Do you know where they went?
I think Hal took him home. Took him Thaisha.
Convenient.
I just fly to the carriage. Come on!
All right. Yeah, I was walking that way.
The carriage takes off to the home of Halandil Fang, where we will begin tonight's episode of Critical Role.
Yay! Hello, friends, and welcome back to the Critical Role Announcement Playhouse. Thank you for joining us. We're going to get through some announcements this evening before we return to tonight's game, beginning with our returning sponsor, Thorum. They are back tonight. Sam, what do you have for us?
Guys, it occurred to me that many of our viewers don't see us on their screens. Some folks listen to us as a podcast. Some have jobs and listen with earbuds. We actually have a lot of visually impaired critters as well. I don't want those folks to miss out on this ad. So tonight, Liam is going to provide an audio description of everything that I'm doing so that our audio-only audience gets the full experience.
Right. That's so
Ready,
thoughtful,
Liam?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm just describing everything you're doing, right?
In as vivid a detail as possible.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. Wear your story with Thorum. Thorum handcrafts unique wedding bands out of everything from meteorite to whiskey barrel, like this ring right here.
Okay. Sam is flashing his signature smile. It's sincere, dazzling, infectious. You can't help but be happy when you're around him, and he's holding up a very handsome ring.
Oh, that was very nice, Liam. Thank you so much. Okay. And now Thorum makes minimalist watches made from all kinds of interesting materials, like this one.
Sam is wearing an outfit that's simultaneously casual and intentional, effortlessly stylish. He looks young, rugged, gorgeous. The shirt caressing his broad, powerful shoulders, the ropes of his muscles moving in a tantalizing dance.
Liam?
Right, sorry. He's also holding up a Thorum watch.
Oh, okay. So good. Thorum ships all orders within 1 business day for free. They have over 10,000 5-star reviews, and every single purchase includes a free silicone activity band and an American walnut ring box.
Sam's eyes make me want to be a better man. They shine with, it's giving celestial aura, like 2 beautiful galaxies I just discovered. Their gravity pulling me closer, making me wonder if I've ever really seen eyes before.
Liam, what are you doing?
Sorry, you said vivid detail. He's also holding up a ring box.
With a lifetime warranty, Thorum makes it easy to find a wedding ring, anniversary ring, or just a ring that looks awesome.
His hands, my body aches for their loving touch. His skin, it's poetry. I need to kiss it, to wear it, to strip it from his flesh and wrap myself in it. Whoa. Sam and I becoming one, as if the boundary between us never existed. Yes, he will be mine. Oh, yes, tonight he will be mine.
Head on over to Thorum.com and use code Critical Role. That's Thorum.com and promo code Critical Role to get 20% off a truly unique ring. Matt, back to you.
Don't you have to spell it?
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Travis, you want to take this one?
I just realized all these bits are just ways for us to flirt with Sam.
Yeah.
They're just trying to get in danger close.
Who writes them?
Who writes these?
Yeah, no.
It's the most diabolical on-camera hookup ever. You guys, The Legend of Vox Machina Season 4 premieres next Wednesday, June 3rd on Prime Video. You guys, thank you so much for your support of this series. We are so excited for you all to finally see everything that we've cooked up for you this season. We've got Wayne Brady coming in, Terry and Darrington.
Yes.
And definitely nothing that happens in the later part of the campaign with no ramifications.
It is epic. It is dark. It will have repercussions that are felt around Exandria for years and possibly decades to come.
Unbelievable. You definitely don't want to miss the early episode. So be there on June 3rd.
Fantastic. Thank you, Travis. And no, seriously, watch it. It's really cool. Marisha, you're up.
It's hard to follow that one, but if you weren't able to join us in Atlanta for our Bell's Hells live show, you'll be able to watch Maelstrom Kingdom tomorrow, May 29th, in all of its chaotic glory.
Man, what a great show.
What a great show, man. That crowd was rowdy.
The time when they just like...
Oh, I know, yeah. And then they
The thing that Taliesin said that was so perfect.
Who knew? Did Taliesin.
I was inspired.
Yeah. It was great. So can't miss it. And you can start a 7-day free trial and watch it right away, or wait for it to drop on YouTube later in June. But you should just get a free trial and watch it on Beacon. Just watch it on the Beaks. Yeah.
It's a good show. A lot more nudity than I was expecting. I prepped for what I could. That concludes our announcements. So with that, let's go ahead and jump back into Ahriman.
So many people said stuff. Welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role. A very special episode, may I say. Holy smokes, there's a lot of people at this table. Whoa! God, I'm about to get my ass kicked.
There's like a 1 second delay between when Travis talks and I hear it.
Last we left off, a whole series of adventures had happened. Our tables had converged, and we are now here approaching the home of Halandil Fang. Normally this would be where I, as your Dungeon Master, would recap events of the previous episodes or indeed arcs, and yet, given the events that are soon to unfold, I think it far more likely that others will be telling these storied tales. So, without any further ado, we return to Dolmakyar, the rookery, the home of Halandil Fang. Magpies take to the sky. The last time all of these heroes of Ahriman were here was to bid farewell to Thiazi Fang, who now lies interred on the mountainside above the rookery. Approaching this place, birds take flight, gray clouds rumble ominously in the distance, and Hal approaches along with Thaisha, Octus, Vaelus, and Sir Julien Davinos. Azune, you conclude your meeting with Lord Einfassen at the Arcanod.
Yes.
Telling him, I believe, that you will be meeting with him.
If I cannot tonight, I will send word, and we will do it first thing tomorrow morning.
He acknowledges that and says he will be waiting. You head to that home as well, and Hal and our seekers, you discover Lieutenant Azune Nayar waiting for you at the home. As you enter this space as well, you see, Azune, you've sort of entered and are having a little cup of tea poured by one Misha Undergore, the Dramatis Arcane, his older orcish man who is under house arrest here, who enters this space, looks up and says, "Oh, Hal, welcome. Oh, Thaisha, hello.
Hi.
Good to see you. Everyone, come on. I was making tea for Lieutenant Nayar, but I'll make some more."
I think start brewing a lot.
Oh.
We're going to have a group. Oh.
All right.
If you were feeling lonely, that's going to change.
Oh, we'll have some guests. Oh, is Shadia coming back?
Shadia's out and about in the city, drumming up support for the show.
All right, I'll put on a kettle.
I don't know if you are aware of who else is in town, but oh yes, of course, we're all coming. Not sure if you knew. I'm kind of sorry. I'm not. My head's not on straight right now. Thaisha?
You okay?
Yeah. It's good to see you.
Oh, come here. Give you a big hug.
I melt into your arms.
What? You've been here the whole time, yeah?
Yeah.
And you seem stressed.
I am.
Okay. I feel like we went and dealt with undead people, and everyone at home is somehow worse off. Weird.
We'll get to it. Octus dispels his, now that he's inside, his disguised self. Turns back into himself.
Azune, you see coming in the door after you is Varen Cadorn, who nods to everybody here and says, "Pleasure. I'm a friend of Azune's. Is it all right for me to be here?"
Yes, of course. Come on in, have some tea. We'll have some proper introductions when everybody else arrives.
Sure.
Azune, is this a safe space?
Yes, it is.
Sir Julien puts his hood back and kind of throws the cloak off to the side.
As you guys settle in, Hal and Azune, before too much longer, you hear the creaking of a wagon outside. And entering into the home, Murray and Bolaire, along with our soldiers, and I believe Thimble, for the first time since you fled Dolmakyar, you fly in.
Fly in.
Mm-hmm.
Looking around.
You see that he is a little paler and gaunter, and his eyes are a little bright. Definitely looks a little dead.
I fly about a foot away from you. Are you still you?
To the best of my knowledge, yeah. Still me.
Does it hurt?
It did. Are you okay?
Are you?
No, but I'm here.
We can talk more.
Yeah.
I'll go to land on your shoulder and hover like an inch above and then not and fly a little bit away from you.
Yeah. I snap my fingers and pin on the other.
Did you write your term paper?
No, I fucking didn't. It's good to see you.
It's all right.
I have things we gotta talk about.
Yes, we do.
Tyranny, as you enter the space, all of you watch the little cold iron nail in the doorway turn bright red hot for a moment.
We've been having a montage.
Wick and Tyranny.
I don't know.
You don't know what you're wearing?
Have we already had our montage?
Yeah, we've had it.
You got a big armful of costumes from the hallowed round, and you had a long wagon ride.
Trying stuff on in the wagon.
I've got a long, wet, blonde wig on. Poofy shirt.
Big poofy shirt. Really tight pants. And the shoes that sort of curl up, and there's little bells on the end. And then over on top of the wig, we have some rouge on him, a little lip, and a dragon hat. Like that has been used. We're in disguise. Hello, hi. I'm gonna do mine later. I'm gonna walk over to this one and sorry.
The fuck are you doing?
Stay away from him.
Sorry, can you open your mouth really quick? I'm just getting in there. This guy's dead. Oh, wild.
Correct.
So I'm sorry, you just smell really good to me.
Stay away from him.
If you eat me, I will tear myself from your insides out again.
Cool. Okay, we'll talk about it later.
Young Master Halabar.
You could recognize me. Yes, it is me. You're so good. You saw right through it. Hal, it's so lovely to see you again.
Have your ears been burning?
Everything's been burning.
You are quite the sought-after gentleman in town.
And out of town. Your sisters gave you too much credit.
Yeah, what were you doing? They thought Vaelus and I were you and Wick.
You guys met my sisters?
Oh, yes, we did.
God, I hate them. They suck, right?
They suck so much.
God, disguising herself as you.
They're incredibly incompetent.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, they were looking for us?
Yes, they thought.
Did they give you trouble?
Well,
listen, I'm so sorry about everything. I know that.
Why are you wet?
Just my hair. The gentleman who gave me the wig, it'll dry soon. It'll look better. I
That
promise.
wig had lice on it.
It may still have lice on it.
Oh, God.
You took it out the box with the wigs with lice?
Oh.
A lot of things got taken out of the box with lice.
On that note, I'm gonna have Kattigan help Murray as we plop the casket of
You may want to ignore the body that's in there.
It's heavy washed.
Hal. We do have a little bit of a problem. Shadia and many of your other theater troops members are they're swinging around the liar's blades in public court. As
The
they're
liars?
barking. Pariah blades. Sorry, there's been a lot of blades. The what?
The pariah blade?
No, I heard your family heirlooms are definitely being used as prop weapons for.
We were gone
tonight
for 9 days.
I promise you, this is a better alternative.
Right, but only at the round.
Nope. Well, nope.
Oh no, all around the city, Hal. Hi, Hal.
Hey, tough stuff. You all right?
No.
Okay.
Yes.
I told Old Good to gather them up and drop them off here later on, by the way, so it's handled.
Okay.
Father-daughter talk.
Did everyone, survive?
Complicated.
Oof.
Not
Too
him.
soon.
So far.
Well, I don't see some people aren't here. No? Is everyone here?
I'd like a perception check from Julien. Be so kind.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
We gotta stop opening
Julien, you look across and see Callowin Royce's bracers on Tayor's arms.
I do not mean to intrude, but I'm curious as to how you procured such specific armaments.
I am Tayor.
First thing he said in 2 episodes.
Did he have an episode?
I know your face.
Yes, we took them off of our vanquished foes.
You vanquished Royce.
You're gonna want to keep talking.
No. He was already dead. We just found his bracers on someone else, right?
Well, no, it doesn't mean he was dead. It was just.
You should have just stuck with he's dead.
Yeah.
Who did you take them from?
From. I remember the name.
Saramai.
Saramai.
Yeah.
Oh.
From he was a shithead. It was Saramai. He was working with the Draconesis. Sorry.
It's fine.
No, I've been doing that to him for the last 9 days.
It's it's my vassal house.
He was using them to carry his brother, by the way, turned into a statue, so don't get too pissed.
There is somebody missing. Lady Aranessa.
She's missing?
She left with Thaisha and Julien, and
she's not missing.
She did, but we sent her to the Golden Orchard before it was attacked by House Taconis.
So that was true.
Yeah.
It already happened.
Yes.
There's a lot
Is
to
it
catch
gone?
up on.
Is the orchard gone?
The orchard still stands. However,
sorry, actually, I believe the orchard has fallen entirely. When you talked to your mother, what she had said was that the orchard had that the people were not mass slaughtered there, but that it was unstable and the orchard.
Misunderstood.
God.
What's that? Yeah.
I had a vision of a giant angel of death wiping out the entire orchard in a single fell swoop.
So we have information that we're gonna have to. It seems that we all have some stuff we have to talk about.
Yes.
Misha, you got that tea? We're all gonna need it.
I'll get tea for everybody. Do you have a bigger kettle down? That's fine. You know what?
Can you bring me Yargrass too?
Oh, no.
I'm gonna help you out. I'll tootle off into the kitchen and
I
get
hate that
food.
that's one of the last things I tasted.
Thimble, are you okay?
This world's malort.
No.
It's a lot has happened.
Are all of our families being destroyed?
Or being the ones doing the destroying.
Yeah, that's my family. I'm so sorry.
Mine too. Don't get too caught up.
Are they working together?
Don't.
Yes.
It's
to an extent.
To an extent.
But they always hated you.
Just join the club. I think it's they're working together on paper, and then they both have their own ulterior motives.
I believe he's correct.
Especially your family.
Yeah.
All right. Thimble, I'm so sorry.
No, it's just everybody. It's everybody. It's.
I return from the kitchen and I place a literal thimble with some yargrass in it down.
Oh, this stuff sucks. Thank you.
Did you catch your prey?
Guess fucking paid.
Do you feel better about it?
There's more that have to pay now?
Yes.
Things have been real bad here, y'all.
and we're running out of time.
Weren't better out where we were.
We've been doing our best to hold the line and build infrastructure where we can under as much secrecy as we can, but we're seeing the fruits of a plan that have been seeds that have been sowed a long time ago.
And picking up their pace. And it seems like everything's coming together tomorrow for them. So we have so little time to do whatever it is that we must do to stop them. And I think that we all must have different pieces of the puzzle, and this is where we put our heads together and figure out what we actually need to do with the time that we have.
Right. It's happening at your theater.
Yes.
That's what we think.
What? Tomorrow night is the opening night of Kothiri. What we have learned is that, well, it's still to be determined how much Thiazi was really in cahoots with either the Sundered Houses or trying to thwart them, but...
He was trying to thwart them.
I hope that's correct.
He wasn't in league with the Sundered Houses. He fought against the Sundered Houses.
Things have gotten very complicated, and you knew he was a very complicated man.
A good man, a complicated good man.
Just because he pretended to tell you the truth while you watched him lie to everybody else doesn't mean he wasn't lying to you too.
I'll remind you, you are still in his brother's house, so maybe let's watch the way we fucking talk.
Yeah, family's been very fractured as of late. Maybe it's always been that way.
Maybe this isn't the point we're supposed to be.
I agree.
Yes.
Can we calm down, please?
Thiazi's
Cooler
done what
heads.
he's done, and now we have to pick up the pieces and move on together.
Regardless what you think of my brother, he did leave behind a lot of unanswered questions. So maybe we can start to sift through those pieces and figure some things out.
It appears that some sort of massive ritual is taking place tomorrow night at the Hallowed Round. What we know is that the paints that Thiazi wanted delivered from to Bolaire. Fuck!
From Bolaire.
From Bolaire to Hal.
Yes.
There's a lot of proper nouns.
We don't
around. We haven't slipped. Is that Thiazi commissioned those, and through our investigating, we know that those paints were rendered from celestial blood and seem to be some sort of catalyst for whatever ritual the Taconis and Halavar,
all of them, I think.
all of them, all of the Sundered Houses have some sort of finger on the scale here. And it seems that we have inadvertently created a perfect space for them.
Do they know that it's all happening at the theater?
I think so.
The Sundered Houses?
But if Thaz stole the paint,
He didn't steal it, he commissioned it.
If he commissioned the paint, how would they know that it was going to be at the theater?
And it's been used to paint the walls of the theater, is that right?
Yeah.
Why? Who? Who painted? Why paint?
He gave the My daughter painted murals before we understood what we were in possession of.
The paints have a very faint, illusory disguise on top of them. To the untrained eye, it looks like maybe some the perfect paint for a theater that maybe has some nice little shimmer effects, perfect for enhancing a scene or a moment. But that was just a guise to hide its deeper meaning. And we know that the paint was created at a place called the Knife and Palette Pigments, which very much seems to be connected to the Halavar family. His blood is the paint.
Yeah.
His paint.
It's not my blood. It's not my blood. It's just the Photarch, my grandmother's, has a monster angel chained up in our house.
Is that a metaphor?
Celestial, giant celestial monster angel. And they've been draining his blood and pumping it into me and some of my family.
Are you talking?
In the city?
Yes, but we've been moving it all around. Our faith believes in the liquid light of the universe. It's called filament. but it seems that the liquid light of the universe is actually just the drainings of an angel man, and they've been keeping him alive, tortured for some decades now, and it seems that that blood is now in your paint, Hal. I'm so sorry, and also in me, and who knows what else it's being used for, but it's quite magical and quite dangerous.
Hi, sorry.
Ah!
You said Thiazi gave the paints to your daughter?
No, one of Thiazi's dying wish was to have Bolaire, it was in Bolaire's possession, and to have Bolaire deliver it to Hal, and then Hal gave it to his daughter.
Which would definitely implicate me if anything went
We stored them at the round. And they're
very pretty.
That does offer a little bit of maybe clarity as to what my family was trying to do, and then seeing as you have a celestial, maybe they wanted one of their own.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Well, they apparently make power with their blood, and if you had one, you could make.
That's why they killed me. They were trying to turn me into one.
Your family killed you.
Yes.
I saw your face. I saw your face, Octus, in my vision.
Yeah.
I think they intended for you to be some sort of proxy for this undead celestial.
They used my murder at House Davinos. They used a way to proxy do a ritual from Tanasar to kill me there, to turn me into a celestial, as I think part of covering their tracks and making accomplishing two things: one, making a celestial; two, obfuscating them killing Royce.
Do you still, sleep and poop and stuff?
No.
Is that relevant right now?
Well, I'm just curious. I've never met a dead man before.
I don't sleep anymore.
wet wig off your head.
Oh.
I don't sleep anymore. I don't eat anymore. But I can still think, and I'm here to help.
We met your family too. In fact, they said, I did a really great impression of you, by the way, and they said that if I was really you, you'd be dead already. So we've figured.
So they were correct.
They were. Yeah.
They think you're dead.
I am.
You know what I mean.
Right.
Do they think you're off the table?
It's possible.
You're a loose end. And you're a loose end. And you're a loose end. And you're a loose end. There's a lot of people that have been looking for you all.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wicander, how long have you known that there's a monster in your basement?
Just a few hours before I left town.
I've always known him to be a nonce and a ninny. Is he confused?
Give me insight versus persuasion or deception. And I'd also like history or insight from Thaisha.
Thanks.
It's just like an 8. I don't think I can see through the wet wig.
8.
8. Oh, great.
Rollies!
No, I think meets it beats it. So, Hal, you're looking at Wicander. Sad streams of anti-lice soap trickle down the side of his face. You look at a man who didn't. You look at a man who was able to answer all of his questions with faith, which provided something better than. I mean, faith isn't an answer. It's something that you do that gives you that purpose and direction and a feeling of connection and oneness. And he doesn't have that, which means that he can't look for answers because he didn't even get practice asking questions. So he just knows I think you just see a lice soap covered man who is saying things to the best of his ability.
Okay. And I am thinking about his absolute viper of a grandmother and wondering where he came from.
Hal, I feel like this is all my fault. Like, if I had known earlier or found out sooner, maybe I could have stopped Thiazi's death or told you all, and you could have been smart enough to figure out a way to get out of it.
I keep feeling like that. It is your fault. It's all your fault.
Well, hey, whoa.
Thaisha.
14.
14. Thaisha, you've heard
It's not your fault.
some information that is ringing false to you. As information has been shared, there has been something stated about Thiazi commissioned this paint, and there was celestial blood, and then Wick took credit for celestial blood. Maybe Thiazi got in the basement of Via Aurora. You wouldn't put him past him to get in the basement of Via Aurora and steal some blood. That's not the thing that you're thinking about right now, because that's an open possibility. What is not an open possibility, what is definitive, is that there were sweet and smoky Dolmakyar treats by the side of a profane artifact of Azgra at the bottom of Tanasar. You saw Thiazi's favorite street food and a falcon's feather by a well of blood, and that was not celestial blood.
Yeah. Did it? Sorry, I'm punching above my weight with. Okay, blink. You have to blink. Does it have to be
blink?
Sometimes I forget.
Does it have to be celestial blood?
When I looked into the fabric of what made these paints, the signature that it actually reminded me the most of was the Song of Nightstone. Stone of Nightsong. Jeez Louise, you guys.
So could it just be celestial adjacent and not from one?
So he wasn't working with the Halavars.
Wait,
this isn't my fault?
Wait.
No,
Okay.
well, whoever was, the Halavars seemed to be the most practiced at rendering blood from other things. So it was like it had a similar, on the same plane, on the same registry of the Stone of Nightsong, but almost like a photo negative of it, almost like it was on the opposite end of the spectrum, but on the same line.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
No,
the
but I'm following.
The Stone of Night Song is made of calcidium, which is the bones of celestials. It is part of what was used in the ritual to make, or try to make me.
So what's the opposite of that?
So it's possible that the blood we found.
There's a big well, endless well of orc blood dedicated to Azgra in Tanasar, and we found, those little nuts that Thiazi eats all the time. We found those and a falcon's wing feather. Well, pin feather.
There is a possibility, and this is just a hypothesis, that Thiazi used that paint in if he did know what was happening or what was going on, that he commissioned the paint to be made to...
From blood that he got there and took.
To then thwart possibly what is happening at the
adjacent.
How
theater.
old were the treats? How recent were the treats?
He commissioned
Okay,
these
scale.
paints roughly 5 or 6 weeks ago. We talked to the people who made the amphores for it and looked at their books and could tell when the commission was made.
Before we fought the night of Saramai. Before we fought them,
Lion. Yeah, sorry.
they said that Thaz saw a falcon in the sky, right?
Oh.
Mara.
Mara.
Yeah.
Mara was. Mara knows about the anchors.
Yes, probably.
Who's
She's been working
Mara?
with... Mara the Wing is a druid that is sort of stuck as a falcon right now.
Might someone describe Mara as a falcon companion of Thiazi?
Oh, yeah,
They
that would
didn't
make
say
sense.
it was Mara, but they said he had a falcon companion.
So Mara was there the day that he died,
In my
right?
brother's last moments, he looked out above the crowd over the city, over my head, and his final words were he could still hear the falcon's cry.
And you just saw a falcon feather and treats that he liked?
Yeah. He'd been there.
There was a prototype of what they were going to do to me there. And I pull out of my bag my cousin's head, and I just put it down.
Misha goes, I'll get more tea.
Bring the rest of the Yargrass.
This was my cousin Thaisha. They did the same ritual they were doing to me on her, and turned her into a sort of half-celestial. It was a failed experiment. Obviously, we took care of the problem. We did... Vaelus spoke to her spirit.
You're Vaelus?
Yes.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Tyranny.
A freshly newborn baby.
Yeah. An old woman.
Do you guys know each other, or what's...
No, we're just getting a read on each other's age.
Yeah. Did you say your name is Nick?
I go by many names in the service of subterfuge.
Jesus Christ.
You may call me Wick.
Quick, lick, sick.
Varen looks at you, Azune.
Yes.
Hearing Hal say that and hearing about this Mara woman, you see he looks over and says, Falcon's Rest.
Yeah.
The day you told me to light the fire, they had cleared all the falcon's nests off of Falcon's Rest.
I think that they were looking.
Who?
Looking for her?
They're looking for her. I
Who?
had
Mara.
No. Who is they?
the Sundered Houses.
Yeah.
Soon after Thiazi's execution, the Sundered Houses, I go to the Falcon's Rest. Soon after that, they were gone. All those falcons were gone. And perhaps I initially thought that they were just slaughtering the falcons as a
sign.
As
They
a
were looking
sign.
for one specific.
But I think they were looking for one to kill specifically.
been
and it
across
must be
the
his
And Mara,
companion.
Mara was mentioned in this letter?
Yeah. And I pull out the letter.
Yeah.
And I show it to everyone.
We all
download it immediately.
Letter. Paints, blood, steel, anchor, bogey. It's all out there.
That's all of our recaps from now on.
Yeah.
There are two mentions of an anchor. What the fuck is an anchor?
An ancient artifact?
could be
Something
the-
from pre-shapers that held a lot of power?
It could be the Song of Song.
Right.
I don't know what that is.
It's
The Stone of Night Song is an anchor.
He's just an asshole.
I'll say this too. You've just heard for the first time, Thimble, the name Mara the Wing. And rereading the letter to everybody, you come across that line of, we've sent our wings.
Across
the border.
She's
Send our wings
one
across
of
the border.
a troop, like the
Our wings
Hounds.
are leading a
maybe.
charge across the border.
What border?
Well, there's been activity in Timony, but I don't know if that's the right border in this letter.
Mara also has a very special ability to cross into the underworld and back.
So the border is the border to the underworld.
Could be.
So here's
Draw
part of it.
locals away from this.
We found a letter from my sisters Petra and Raya, talking to my uncle Secundus, and it says a lot of things. But one of the main takeaways is that my father is going off script. House Tacona's had political machinations and things they were trying to do, but my father is doing things that are not part of the original plan.
I saw him sailing across a lake in the underworld.
Yeah.
He had white banners and stone soldiers, stone paladins.
You mentioned something about
Yeah.
someone being stoned.
Oh, Tayor's brother.
Sid.
Your brother?
I am Tayor.
Yes, we met. Your brother's stone?
Yes. He
We-
has been turned to stone.
But Bolaire's gonna fix him.
We have a potion being cooked up right now at the
If it helps, I have 2 vials of what is essentially a resistance to petrification, if it can help in that process.
That would help if any of us try to get him in stone.
Very helpful. Hal carefully picks up the letter with Thimble still standing on it and says, "What about this bit? With any luck, the next time I see your face, we'll have undone the damage of our first attempt." What's that about?
I'm not sure.
They tried this ritual once before.
They tried
obviously.
it before, it sounds like, and something terrible happened.
I wonder how
So-
long ago.
Well, I remember the day that the doors closed.
Teferi?
Yeah, Thaz was yelling at Mara about an anchor. Finding another anchor? I can't.
What do you mean when the
son of a
spirit?
We ruined something that deserves to be ruined.
Right. Which son of a bitch?
What?
The man who stinks of alcohol. What are you saying?
Oh, Kattigan, he didn't say anything.
Oh, yeah, I've been quiet this whole time.
Misha looks at you and says, "Do you want some tea to pep you up?"
Yeah.
All right.
We ruined.
Okay.
Does this mean anything to you, Octus? We ruined something that deserves to be ruined.
We heard that from this real creepo guy who worked at the Knife and Pallet.
Hollis, Kennywater.
Right.
And he was like, he said a bunch of stuff.
Okay.
He said, yeah, he was talking about how his mistress was the one who is like the proprietor and the one who's clearly doing all the cooking of all these paints and rendering of the blood in the back. And he was the one that said, like, you know, all that he can say is that this was ruined. Something was ruined that deserved to be ruined when this was enacted.
She worked with that mistress. She was working with the Aussie.
Something ruined that meant to be ruined. Okay. Possibility. Necromantic energy shot through Teferi, which is why they closed the doors. 10 guesses as to who has necromantic energy. My family. A ritual was being prepared. Possibly Thiazi interrupted that, but it still did something, which was shot through Teferi.
What if they're trying to open up a door to the underworld?
I think that's exactly what they're trying to do.
In the letter,
And
my
it got
sister.
messed up. They closed one door. That's why it says more than one door will be open to us if they complete this ritual, underworld and Fae.
So my father is trying to destroy the path, which is the natural progression of where our spirits go.
So then spirits would be everywhere.
Yeah.
I think they're trying to open a portal at the Hallowed Round tomorrow night with these paints and open a door right in the middle of Delmont.
You just finished the theater!
Sorry, point of clarification, is who, do we know, is the King of Timony okay?
Yes.
We thwarted an assassination attempt.
Okay.
And we are meant to meet with him later tonight.
That was it, they were, that's also in the letter, they were planning to kill him, my family.
So...
Varen looks and says, "I got confirmation, by the way. We escorted the king back to Bowsprit Manor, and I didn't let anyone know, but we've had some magpies watching over just to make sure that everything's..."
Oh, yeah. So we have 350 mercenary soldiers that are on our side and dedicated to our cause, by the way.
Series of warehouses as well, just in case.
Wait, what?
Wow.
Who commands? Who commands them?
We've been real busy.
We've been preparing for what we are convinced is war. I initially started thinking that it was a rebellion that we were reigniting, but now I think it's more than that.
Also, every magpie in the city is kind of a spy now and an animal messenger, so you can use the magpies around the city to communicate.
So King Gus is on our side.
Well, we are still...
Do they understand?
At least King Gus is an enemy to my family, is as much as I
That's
can
a
accomplish.
question for Hal.
I
So
feel like
King
he's
Gus is an
actually
ally?
a good guy.
I've never...
Means anything. Well, at least his hounds are. They seemed noble.
Well, we're meeting with him tonight, and maybe a few of us can go there and solidify this alliance.
I do just want to clarify. When we spoke to Tertia's spirit, we didn't get much information before a massive skeletal hand just stole the spirit away from us. So there are things happening beyond our mortal realm control.
And that's your dad?
Probably. My family's actual, what they thought they were doing is political things. They're killing the King of Timony. They're doing these things. My father is trying to destroy the path. It's his goal, not
Do you
my
have that
family's
letter,
goal specific.
Octus?
I do.
I need it. Can I have it?
Yes.
Octus.
That was so much easier than I thought. Isildur! What else can I get from him while I'm here? So I'm gonna just take a leap. It looks like we have a history of this ritual being done, or at least attempted, by Thiazi, by your family, multiple times, failing multiple times, and it seems like they're trying again.
Every celestial my family has tried to make has been a failure because it cannot happen with people with sorceress blood.
Speaking of, do you know about the candle? Do you
The
know?
one my father used?
Yeah.
I don't know specifically what it was.
This one?
God.
That candle reeks.
That candle
actually smells really good.
is made with fats rendered from Tacona's family members.
Right.
Can I
Don't fucking touch it, I swear.
You can't. No.
Wait, what do you mean don't touch it?
Sorry, her.
No, that was to Tyr.
Smells like a snack.
Stop trying to eat everybody.
I'm so hungry.
I put it away.
Moment on the lips, Reverend.
I did not know that, but it makes sense if they needed to. That candle was part of the ritual in which was making it the proxy site for the ritual that was happening in Thaisha. In burning that candle where they did, it caused the link. It allowed them to do the thing they were trying to do to me in at the House Davinos as opposed to in Thaisha.
That's correct.
There's
It's
a
like
lot.
a shortcut. And I know for a fact that there's one other of these candles in existence. Apparently there were a lot more that they used in the Shaper's War and Warvax and Vine, or Shaper's War?
Shaper's War.
Shaper's War. So these were once in abundance with the Tacona's family, but I know that there's one more that still exists.
They are very much in the habit of using organic components.
So what are our steps before tomorrow?
I have a list.
Are we making a stand against the houses?
Well, we're still
Shouldn't
prepping.
we just cancel the play and then no one will come and then the ritual won't happen, right? I'd hate to miss a play. It sounds very good. But
That is the smartest thing you've ever said, Wicander.
Right.
It is possible they are trying to use the audience members as part
That
of
is my question, and I've been sitting on it. How do I, in good conscience, bring thousands from the city into the hallowed round, my own troop, our daughter? We have no concept of what's to fall there tomorrow night.
Well, I suppose it depends on how much we trust your brother.
But, sorry, one question. What ritual is being set up? It feels like Shadia using the paint was an accident. The pariah blades weren't supposed to be there. What ritual?
I'm reading the two schools of thought on this correctly. Either the paints are used to enforce the ritual and they were sent to your theater in order to get either in the hopes they would be painted or to have somebody go and paint them, whichever one happened first. Or Thiazi intercepted the idea and had paints commissioned that were supposed to be the antithesis of the ritual that's happening there.
That's what I'm thinking.
We also know, I mean, Hal was in front of the council for weeks and also petitioning the Sundered Houses to grant him ownership of the Hallowed Round. All of the Sundered Houses knew exactly what Hal was doing.
And all the Sundered Houses are meeting today, correct?
Tomorrow. And
Meeting tomorrow.
we've also
Yes.
heard that Primus Taconis is due back in town
He's been
tomorrow
missing.
night.
From his underworld trip?
Yeah.
That's what we're. That's what. Yes, of course. Yeah. That's so. So, I have some information on what the Sundered Houses believe. They're all working together. We are on the same page about that, except that House Taconis and Primus has gone in a different direction. But they are all convinced that tomorrow is going to be a big day. The one missing thing is Hal. You have yet to have your meeting with the Photarch. Is that right?
You're meeting with my grandmother.
I've said all along that Halavar has been trying to sink their teeth into you. The rest of us have had one of those houses come for that institution that we work for, and she has been trying this entire time to come for you. I'm wondering if they're still preparing, and that her participation with your theater, it's the missing, whatever their version of the paint is what is somehow going to be put on you. But maybe Thiazi is working to thwart them, and maybe the paints that he delivered are not the celestial blood.
Maybe the blood is angel blood, and maybe the blood is orc's blood, and maybe Taconis is coming back, and maybe he's not, and maybe this is their plan, and maybe it's not. How do I risk 5,000 people's lives?
I mean, you could cancel the play and see what they do. How they react would be a pretty big indicator, don't you think?
What's the alternative?
I think, Hal, you should ask yourself, and I'm sorry to remind you of your brother who kept so much from you, but why would your brother risk 5,000 people?
He wouldn't.
He wouldn't.
He wouldn't, Bolaire. Stop snorting over there.
Would he?
Kindly, and with as much respect for the man as I can muster. He would risk 5,000 people if he knew he was saving many, many more.
He would.
He was a soldier. He understood that sometimes it is, in fact, a numbers game.
I think the first... Sorry, Brennan.
No, you're fine. You're good.
I think our first objective is to see if we can get Sid back. We know from these runes that you all uncovered that a mortal breath ruins whatever cruise Taconis is on in the underworld. So maybe that could be the first step in starting to slowly dismantle whatever this plan is, because I am not entirely convinced that the whole reason that Taconis is apparently going off book and going on his little sailing trip with his little boat shoes is because he needs to plant something in the underworld on the other side in order to make a connection, in order to make a gate.
To the best of my knowledge, my father is not dead. So it is very possible that he is doing some sort of spell or ritual to project himself into the underworld and not actually have his physical body go
To the best of our knowledge, here in this chamber, does anybody know what a sea door could be? To the north, perhaps?
Would I have heard of a sea door?
You have not heard of a sea door, but as you say sea door, I think our soldiers at least have there is a reference to a sea in the document that you had, right? That the thing that Tayor found, the list of runes, the glyphs that you just deciphered, talked about the Sea of Lakris.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which we learned of recently, didn't? Oh no, we learned
from the runes.
Yeah,
The Sea of Lakris is what Taconis is sailing across.
And that's the part of the underworld that's been there.
The Sea of Lakris is the door to the underworld.
Which is where... Give me this back.
I'll say this too. I want every schemer here to give me a history check.
Hey! If I see Murray thinking real hard, I'll cast guidance.
I'm good, baby.
20.
My sisters are also going.
Bolaire. Oh, sorry, what's that?
25.
25, hell yeah. I think both of you guys, as Hal begins to ask these questions of, do we think Thiazi was a hero and was trying to thwart something? Do we think Thiazi was a villain and working with some of the worst people in the world? Do we think it's something in between? And Hal's bigger question of, does any of it matter at the risk of thousands of people? Talking to Wick about blood, angel blood, filament, blood in a well underneath Tanasar, knife and palette pigment. You remember, I think, talking to Hollis Kennywater. The missing piece of the chain, right? Or at least where your trail went cold, because you followed the paint to the amphora to the kiln, and the kiln to where the paint was rendered, and that's where you found the whole bottom of the sea. And that's where you found this weird little halfling who told you, come back and talk to my mistress another time. But he did say one thing, which was, he said, my mistress wishes to speak to Wicander, Hailafar. And I think that, as you guys remember, that was the only thing that Hollis perked up about in the time that you spoke to him, as you have these questions about blood and questions about paint and all of that, is the fact that the last time you were following that trail, it went cold, but it went cold because Wicander Halavar was missing in the wind.
It's on my list.
But she also said that she was going on a little walkabout, on a little expedition
and wasn't going to be back until the day after.
For Candle Feast, and wasn't going to be back until the day after the opening night of the play. However,
That's just what she said.
That's just what she said, and I've had suspicions from the beginning that she's actually just holed up in a basement somewhere, and she didn't go anywhere for Candle's Feast.
So I think that
spit everywhere. Gross.
I think that gives us what you were saying, Thimble, is what do we do about this now? What do we do about this now? I think today we have one more day to get more information because clearly we do not have the whole picture yet.
Yeah, you gotta give me something to fucking do or I'm gonna lose my mind.
And Kattigan, hearing all this talk about sea doors and portals, is literally at an interior door in Hal's house that he's plumbing with a knife because it's scraping against the top of the thing. He's doing anything to occupy his body because his mind is numb. Give me something to do or I'm gonna fucking lose it. You wanna go patrol or something? I'm losing it.
Perimeter security is very important.
Well then, let's do that. I have on my list the things that are happening today. We have a meeting with Augustus. We have a meeting with the Photarch Hal. We have Hollis Kennywater and his mistress at the Knife and Palette Pigments. She's interested in Wick. We should take Wick. She will suddenly maybe manifest.
Be useful, Wick. Be useful.
And we have Sid, but that's already...
Always.
We already are doing what we can
already
with
in action. It'll probably take roughly 4 hours. So tonight, maybe we all meet back. Maybe some of us all meet back at the Arcanod, and we can.
And then we can break from there.
We can try and bring Sid back. Sid's gonna have a lot of information. What did he hear last?
I do have one question I need to ask. Have any of you heard of a ship called the Moray?
No.
No.
It's apparently what they're taking into the underworld, and I just wanted to put that out there so anyone had heard anything about it.
Is Varen still here?
Varen's here. Varen says, I can track that down.
I have a quick stop. We clearly have to deal with the brother as well, who's currently stoned, so to speak. I have some questions I have to ask the museum as well. Preferably for tomorrow.
You see Varen stands up and says, this may be the most significant group of people that represent some chance for this world sliding into shadow to crawl back to something like peace. So it gives me great fear that we are all in one room. I'm going to head and look for, as you've said, anything about the Moray.
Yes.
Also just, Lieutenant, keeping an eye out for Lana Strosa and any activity that I see about that. If there are some byways that smugglers and assassins use to get out of the city, and I'm keeping an eye on it.
One more thing, Varen. Yeah. Murray is your point person from here on out.
What? Why? What?
I need to talk.
I've got so much shit on my
Murray,
mind.
I have to talk to you. And Thimble, I have to talk to you before we break from here.
Before we break, are we sure that the Sundered Houses are actually trying to open a doorway and it wasn't just Thaz?
Yes, there's evidence they've already tried it with him, I think.
But weren't they trying to turn him into a Celestial so they could also have
were,
power
but-
like the Halavars?
But there is reference to them tracking down stolen Chalcidian, my family at least, which I believe is an anchor. And it is the thing that I believe the Aussie stole from Vaelus, the Stone of Night Song. They were trying to track it down. The Aussie got there first. They are looking for these things. And whether or not they're working with another house in whatever this is, I don't know, but they were trying to find these things.
And they were certainly
just out
trying
of
to...
curiosity, in doing what we've done, painting the theater and bringing the blades there, are we going to accidentally open a door?
The blades will be here by tonight.
So are we going to accidentally open a door?
The blades are being brought here to Hal's house, not the theater, tonight. They
So-
will not be there.
In these kind of rituals, I believe requires intention, and I don't think you can accidentally do it.
Okay.
But if all the pieces are there and someone who knows what's going on shows up and can do it, then that's a different issue.
Also, I would say that letter that you have in the very beginning, it talks about...
That I'm standing on? Yes.
Yes, this letter that you're standing on, when it says, you have the stone in hand, we'll need the steel. You said you can convince her to reshape it into an anchor. If not, anyone in the family can make a plowshare. So there's this old adage.
Her might be the mistress.
Her might be
somebody
that's an expert in blades.
Oh,
might be the
I got
Lloy
that one
family. If this is a letter to Thaz, so obviously if he's talking about somebody in the family, I'm assuming it's the Lloy family.
Well, it's also, let's not forget that there was an attempt to steal the blades.
So Lady Cormorant had great interest in the blades. Also, she's sucked into that casket right now.
What?
What? Great, and she's no problem.
Hold on. Huh?
We agree.
Yeah, she kind of marked them with our blood, and then we knew that the blades were very important, so we were trying to smuggle them out, and then she was like, what are you doing? And then she got, I'm truncating the
Is she
story.
still alive in there?
Can you reshape the stone into an anchor, Thaisha?
I would say.
I mean, my family made the blades, and I'm no slouch.
But do we want
With
to do
the
that?
forge.
I'm
No,
just saying
I think maybe we don't.
that this is what the plan was. And then I think it would be smart to search for Bogri.
Right, Bogri, this fucker.
No, where?
Let's just.
I can ask around, I'll ask.
Okay.
You can ask your magpies.
Someone should make a list.
I feel like. Do you do that?
We have a list.
Do you make those?
I make my own.
I want Octus and Thimble to make insight checks for me.
Or they could fight.
Or they could fight.
What about who's Bogri? Do you know?
I just be all.
Actually, and you can choose insight or arcana.
Oh.
Which will he pick?
Which will I pick?
Fuck you.
Let's see.
She's in the box?
11.
25 Arcana.
25 arcana. Thimble.
Box.
Thimble and Octus. 8 years ago, Fairy closed its doors. 8 years ago, Fairy closed its doors as the underworld filled with the power of death. And now a fairy beholds a thing that is dead. And you guys regard each other with love and camaraderie. What a strange thing in all of the tidings of Ahriman. On an 11 insight, Thimble, you've never seen Octus's face be this inscrutable. It doesn't move unless he commands it to with an act of will.
I'm watching him.
And Thimble is looking up as a storm cloud gathers that seems to indicate that Thiazi may have lied to her. But something in her heart believes that cannot be true. The last thing Thimble said was, do we have any indication that Thiazi was working with the Sundered Houses? Why do we believe that this plan was planned with the Sundered Houses? And Octus, you were very quick to point out that there's Chalcidian. The Stone of Night Song was a target for your family as it was for Thiazi. On a 25 Arcana, I think you are aware that Thiazi's attention to the Stone of Night Song and your family's attention to the Stone of Night Song is the only hinge that connects the Sundered Houses to what you have seen in this letter and in this larger plan. Now, you've chosen to roll Arcana. It doesn't give you truth of the heart. It doesn't give you a feeling of right or wrong. But you become aware that the grand theory that the Sundered Houses are involved with this blood or this paint hinges on that one piece of information that you have. How likely is it that two people, two groups, two institutions, two great causes would want the same thing, if not for the same purpose? It's possible. And then again, you are left to wonder.
From everything I've heard tonight, today, whatever time it is, the only thing that connects, everything hinges on the stone. On Thiazi interacting with the stone and bringing it and stealing it from Sisters of Salandri, and then, sorry, it's the only point in which they everything converges.
Yeah, and they killed him for it.
Right.
Why would they kill him for it if he was working with them?
I don't know.
Here's my guess. The same object can create something different depending on the intent of the person that is utilizing it. How you have this theater that you converted that was a sacred place that was meant only to worship Azure, and it was meant to be full of rituals that evoked fear and terror, and you are taking that same sacred place and you're changing it into a place that hopefully evokes something new for the people, wonder, hope. This is what the Stone of Night Song is. It depends on who wields it, the intention of the person behind it. Thaisha, you can shape the Stone of Night Song with a different intention.
Who has the stone now?
I do.
Can we have it?
No.
Why?
I am not giving up this stone.
It's very delicate. We don't know what it's doing. We haven't figured it out. We don't know if I'm still linked to it. We don't know if it will have a reaction if I touch it, if we give it away, if it moves far away from me. We don't know.
Can we look at it at the museum, perhaps, while I'm there? Would that be agreeable to you?
I don't know, Bolaire.
Do you trust me?
I don't fucking trust you, and you know this.
So, who would you trust if you had to go there with me? Think about it. You don't have to answer now.
You can trust me. I don't care about a stone.
I felt the ramifications of what the two of you did while we were in Tanasar. What you did that woke me up, I felt those echoes while we were in Tanasar, the moving of threads.
Yeah. Fabric of reality has shifted.
Yeah. Oh, I pull out a book, a large tome, and I hand it to you.
You brought me a Suvi?
This is the Kibidin Kadaz.
The Kibidin Kadaz.
Say it normal, I'll beat the shit out of you.
Kibidin Kadaz?
Yes. My nose bleeds a little.
That
was so cute.
Let's keep it in that same segment, you also not only have that as you're giving Murray this gift, there are also all of the gems from the obelisk that you have in there, the ones that were radiating with that.
We also brought a few things back, and I'm going to lay out on the floor, wherever is in front of us, all of everything we grabbed from the barracks, all the notes, all the papers that we took, and all of the gems. We also brought these back.
Murray, seeing those gems on there, your 3 upper right molars hum in harmony that you can hear, like a powerful chord being struck. Give me Arcana with advantage.
Gotta go see something about that.
What am I doing?
Arcana with advantage.
Arcana advantage.
What is that?
It's a natural 20, baby.
She don't need it.
I fucking saw it.
Okay.
So wait, what did you say? Hang on, wait, you said
we
it was
have to
Arcana?
honor nat
What did I
20s.
just roll?
Everyone shut the fuck up. Listen. On a nat 20, you all watch, Murray, these gems begin to levitate off the table as your teeth vibrate. You look at them. These were used to communicate a ritual happening at the Palazzo Davinos. Dark necromantic magic to use a defaced holy site half a world away in the Endless Night in Tanasar, across vast distances, a feat that used to be commonplace with magic, and after the Shaper's War was lost. No sending, no whispering wind, no nothing. Those stones vibrate. It was used for a ritual so foul that it would turn this good-hearted young man into an angel of death to work the wickedness of his father on the world. And have you been talking about nothing else tonight but the fact that a tool, an artifact, a cause, an idea is changed by the intention of the one who uses it? You see those gems vibrating in that place. They used it to work wickedness. What could you use it for? You are level 5.
Let's fucking go!
What? Do a lap! Do a
As you guys all watch Murray, the fabric of reality that your portents allow you to manipulate, you become affixed to and attuned to. You realize that the world is not only made of words of power, but indeed chords and frequencies of power, and you see that arcane magic and the art of wizards is limitless. You gain access to 3rd level spell slots, but you don't have any 3rd level spells in your book, but you got it.
It's okay, I got the Kimbadink dice. I got spells. So smart.
Say hi to the machine elves. Oh
no. This book is a dwarven book that allows you to speak to the memories of stones. Sorry, druid. Druid book that allows you to speak to the memories of stones.
Speak to stones. Speak to memory.
Gems are stones.
Memory. Memory.
Gems are types of stones.
Yes. Yes. Hold on.
Memories of stones.
The memories of stone.
And what are gems?
Stones.
You heard it here first, folks at home.
Gems be rock. Thimble is now a level 5 wizard.
Spell book. What?
Varen looks at you as Murray. I think you're knocked out of your like agenda into being like, oh shit, I'm also a wizard and love wizard stuff. Yeah. I think you look at the time and see that the Photarch will not wait much longer if you are to.
I have one more item for the to-do list.
Yes.
If we're moving forward with the play, I'm tired of these sundered fucking houses, full offense intended.
Yeah.
I want to be ready. We have 250 blades at the ready.
350.
I want them there.
They will be there.
I want to be ready for them.
Varen,
come what may.
Make sure everybody is ready. Murray, we will have a signal for them, right? One that can be seen from everywhere.
If anybody sees the shape of a magpie in the sky, that means shit's going down. I don't know what it means yet.
Wait.
But everyone should just pay attention to the sky.
Are we gonna try to take out the sundered houses tomorrow?
I don't know what's happening. I think we're gonna have to play it as we go.
We stopped an assassination yesterday. They're not infallible.
With a little luck, we could keep a war inside of a theater and it will never get out.
There are many of what we've just kind of codename been referring to as our magpies. These are our 350 hired swords.
Some are inside.
Oh, they're not really birds.
You see?
No, they're people.
We also have birds.
They're buff men and women.
Varen looks out and says, "We are hired, but we're not doing it for the money. As long as our bellies are full, we'll fight."
They've been getting really excellent craft services. And that is not a joke.
Nope.
But listen, this is all very important to everybody. There is a code name that you can talk to if you see one of these mercenaries or if you see another skeeper. There's a code greeting that they all know it has been disseminated, so you can use this. If they respond accordingly, you know you can trust them. Okay. You ask any good tidings.
I thought it was you ask.
You ask. No.
Any good tidings.
You ask any good tidings. The response, always for a friend.
Okay. And look out for this, and I will expose that kind of drawing of a bird that is easy enough to scrawl quickly, specific just enough so it's noticeable, but not so much to where it catches people's attention that shouldn't be catching it.
And if you need that in the sky, I've got you.
So who's doing what?
Skyrite, baby.
I got it too.
Who's going where?
Who's going where?
Where's the list?
Someone needs to talk to Wick.
What do you mean?
Yeah, the paint
I'm on the list too, yes.
Yes.
So wait, Teo's brother should be on the list as
Tails
well.
Brothers on the list.
That's already in process.
Read the
That's
list,
gonna
read the
take-
list.
That's going to take some time. I have to go meet with King Gus.
Yes, and do you want people to go with you because that's one group?
I think so.
We also have the meeting with the Photarch. Hal, you shouldn't do it alone, I don't think.
think I have to walk in alone, but it'd be cool if somebody was nearby.
Especially some muscle.
And we have Hollis Kennywater and his mistress at the Knife and Palette Pigments.
That's the Wicander thing.
That's Wick. That's where you need to go.
Hollis wants to meet me?
She does.
Okay.
I would love some muscle with us. I have complete faith in our disguises, but it would be nice if somebody or Thimble, anybody. Well, you've got more
What do you
important shit
say?
to do, but somebody.
Also, Hollis was the little like halfling, like
Yes,
creepy
Hollis Kennywater.
like guard, like basically her assistant. I don't know the mistress's name.
Nobody. We don't.
Oh, Hollis is with us though.
Hollis is who you're going to meet, who's going to help introduce Wick to the mistress that has some answers for us.
One of you guys have to go with him. He's useless.
I'll be fine.
No, he will ask the dumbest questions. You have to go with him.
We also have to keep him safe.
I think,
we need, if you don't mind, this one needs to be alive for the end of it. I have a sneaking suspicion that he will be able to get information and is possibly a backup plan. You need to keep an eye on.
I've made it this far. You all taught me quite well how to survive.
Yeah, he's been completely competent. And by the way, yeah, he might be a ninny and a nonce. And yeah, he might be pretty pathetic. And yeah, I think that he has IBS. But he really risked his life to be here and continues to do so. So be nice to him. He really, really respects you, Hal. And you might be his only friend on the inside. He's rejected his entire family. So somebody's got to go with us.
I'll go with Hal. I need a break from him.
Well, that makes sense.
Thank you, Tyranny.
Okay.
Hal doesn't respond, but he respectfully listens and gives a small crooked smile.
I think Julien looks to Bolaire and says, "Do you think he's that important?"
I think that if he had learned this information sooner, he would have been dead by now. And I think his first instinct when he found out what his family was really about was to tell the truth to anybody who he thought could help.
And his,
I think that that could be useful because I don't think anyone, and I hope you understand what a compliment this is, respects him enough to lie to him.
We are still talking about me, right?
Yes, which means I don't know that he is capable of telling the truth despite threat. They assume you have no honor.
and he's got wings.
Huh?
Yeah.
I'm super powerful, you guys.
And you are an honorable man so far. And I think you could keep being one.
Thank you.
As you guys gather your plans together to head off in different groups, Hal, you are headed to the Photarch, and then after that to the Hallowed Round, perhaps where all of your troop thinks they're running a dress rehearsal, but you may be telling them that the show is off. So who is going with you to the Photarch, if anybody?
Kind of holding off on any kind of like ultimate decision on that
Yeah.
until after I meet with the Photarch.
Great.
After you got it.
Thaisha already
has offered to go with you.
Volunteered.
Great.
You wouldn't want to ride along in my pocket, would you?
To go see the Photarch?
You're a bad bitch.
I mean, I'll go with you if you need me to. Where are you going?
I was gonna go where you go, but that is not a good place for me to go.
Sorry, Hal.
Kattigan? With Hal?
Like always.
Kattigan with Hal?
If he wants me, I mean, I don't know why I wouldn't. I feel like I'm pretty competent. He said he needed muscle. Do you want a buddy?
I'll bring you along for the
Artis, would you like to come with me so that we can...
You can also come with
Take
me,
a better
Kattigan,
look.
if you want.
What's happening? I'm confused. I feel like she's sending signals.
Bolaire?
Yes, Bolaire?
Would you like to come with me so that we could actually take a better look at...
Don't sleep on that.
What's happened to you, at least from a place where you could get a better handle on it for yourself. I have access to things in books that you probably don't have access to.
Do you wanna? Sure. Vaelus, do you wanna?
Yes.
Okay.
And if anyone is going to look at this stone, Bolaire, I trust her. I trust her.
I'm going to whisper something in your ear. Is it all right if I get up and whisper something? Or should I say it in front of the whole group?
Sure, yeah, go for it. Go tell Ashley. Yeah, for sure.
Ashley always gets whispered.
I should have.
Damn it!
I just want to smell me.
No, I'd like everybody but Ashley to leave the table.
and then maybe come back. A second later.
So as we prepare for this meeting to come to an end, Hal, Thaisha, and Kattigan are headed towards the Photard. Is anyone else accompanying them? No?
I have to talk to Thimble and Murray before we disperse.
Okay. Cool. Is anyone headed towards Hollis Kinnywater?
I believe I am, but who's taking me?
Same.
I would say at the calls for them needing protection and seeing the other groups kind of handling themselves and just personal curiosity, I think Julien will accompany these two.
Okay. And Hollis knows to expect us, and we don't need to hide that he is who he is.
You should probably roll with a schemer. Bolaire, do you want to take them to Hollis Kinnywater?
Bolaire has to rescue Teo's brother and analyze Octus and...
No. That's going to take like several hours while they cook up a potion for Sid. So that's been completed for now.
I think actually, Murray, Hero told you that she'll be done, if she's working full tilt, she'll be done after midnight. So you guys would actually be able to, if you guys can, go there basically after everything you're doing today.
done.
And you guys could potentially reassemble.
So we can split it. Yeah.
I'll come with you.
Wait, no, what he's saying is the...
No, it'll be done later.
Oh, later today.
Sid will be they'll be ready with the potion after the events of the day.
Yeah, I'll come with you.
Okay.
So Teor's going with Wick.
Teor, Wick, Tyranny, and Julien.
Do they need a schemer to go with them, or do you think it's
Bolaire,
like,
you
fine?
could go
What do you mean? I think it'll be great.
As long as
It's gonna turn out perfect.
As long as the two of you are fine staying a bit after, so I can take a look. And do we have an arrangement?
Yes, we do.
Where are you going?
I'm glad to hear it.
So then if we're not going to do that with Bolaire right now, where are we going?
We gotta go look for Bulgari.
You want to look for him?
Here to serve.
Okay.
Is it too early for me to go talk to King Gus?
No. You can go right now if you want.
Anyone want to roll with me to go talk to King Gus?
He likes me.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
You guys will?
I'll go.
So what is the masked one doing? You, not you mask, the Vale.
It's a Vale.
Where are you going?
That was just going to get confusing otherwise.
Thimble, Murray, and Octus are going to speak to King Gus.
Yes.
Thimble, Murray, Octus.
Do you still want to come?
Bolaire, Wick, Teor, Tyranny, and Julien are going to Knife and Pigment. This is so fun. Hal, Thaisha, and Kattigan are going to the Photarch. That is 1, 2, 3.
I was going to say, do you want me with King Gus or no?
8.
They're looking at me.
That leaves.
I think we need a schemer to go because they won't have context. They gotta know that we brought them.
So as people that leaves Azune and Vaelus, who may have their own intentions, and let me say, I'm fully fine with that. Everyone do what your character would do.
If I can make it, I'll show up. As people are dispersing, I'm just going to remind Thimble and Murray
Let's talk now. What do you need to talk about?
I need to talk to you in private, please. Please?
Tonight?
Right now?
Oh, yeah, let's do it.
Okay, I'm going to move off to the side.
And I think as you move off to the side, I'm going to add you to that group.
Okay.
And you guys will check in before the departures happen. Does that make sense?
That makes sense.
Great. Yes, Matt.
Then if I can, as we're all kind of scattering, kind of just brush up alongside the troop that's gathering with Thimble and say, Thimble, was it?
You are such a dick.
I've spoken with some of the surviving berries of the orchard before coming here, and I have a message for you. Twig's okay. And that you are missed. They are also wondering what they should do.
Thank you. We gotta go there, right?
I think we do.
Okay. Thank you.
Good luck.
You too.
Before you go, if you need a contact at the totality, Dr. Talter knows what's going on with us.
Dr. Talter.
Oh, you're reading the Kibbenimkadaz. You already cracked that open. Great.
Kibbenimkadaz, Dr. Talter is told you.
Doctor who?
Dr. Talter.
Talter?
First name
Amory
Talter.
Dr. Halter Talter has...
Dr. Haltertap.
Will
Help me,
reach
Dr.
out,
Haltertap.
is looking into things on our behalf, and if I told them to contact you if they found any.
Looking into what? Behalf of what?
All of what we were dealing with in Tanasar. They were there with us.
They're an expert on celestial anatomy.
Okay.
I felt that too.
We should go to that basement.
Before we break apart, I'm gonna elbow Tara in the ribs.
Well,
You okay to be splitting up?
yes, of course. Yeah. You might be a little exposed without me, but separation makes the heart grow fonder.
That's true. Hey,
Are they?
this room's full of really smart people, right?
Yeah, they're all very brainy.
Sure seems like they got a lot of good guesses, don't they? But I don't think they know shit. Good luck out there.
All right.
This guy's being dumb.
I love bros being bros.
And the last, unless there's anything else from anybody before we will, so you see how Thaisha and Kattigan prepare to go to the Via Aurora to speak to the newly resurrected Photarch. We see Bolaire about to lead Wick and Tyranny along with Tayor and Julien to Knife and Palette Pigments. And we see that Thimble, Murray, Octus, and potentially Azune, who at least is remaining with them for a minute to speak, are going to remain at Hal's home before potentially going to Bowsprit Manor and speaking to King Gus. Vaelus.
I believe I would trail behind, watching, keeping an eye on Octus. And because I don't know what's going to happen if I'm not close to him with a stone.
Vaelus, getting some distance once again. You have a little sprig of holly by your side. You look out, see distantly over the Tintazi wood, that red-tailed hawk in the distance that you know to be Hannon, circling, searching for something in the distance. Stone of Night Song, artifact of your goddess, spoken of so glibly by an assembled group who, with all of their ages put together, don't equal half of your life. Will you trail behind Octus? Or is there not some part of you that knows this stone could go back to the Abbey and not a single soul here would have anything to say about it?
Oh, why are you doing this to me?
Well, we're recording this, and so I...
What is all this?
I did it for story reasons.
Oh my goodness.
Just
I'm gonna trail behind them.
Mm-hmm.
But not closely.
You got it.
But I want to be close enough if something is going to happen, because I am curious about tomorrow. But I
want to be close, but far.
exactly the right. Yes, I want to be close. I want to not commit to an answer.
Vaelus, trailing at a distance, you separate yourself from the living and breathing beings of this world, sticking to the shadows.
Oh, peace and quiet, finally.
It is effortless to stay far away from the living world and to live your life in shadow. You've been doing it for 70 years. And that's where we'll go to break.
Yeah.
Every story, it deserves to be worn. Thorum rings aren't just jewelry. They're a testament to the journey that got you here. Made from materials like meteorite, dinosaur bone, and whiskey barrel. Every ring we craft has a past as unique as yours. Because your hands have built things, held loved ones, fixed what was broken, and reached for dreams. Your story isn't mass-produced, and neither are our rings. They're designed to match the calluses on your hands, the grit in your soul, and the promises you've kept. Every ring started as something else, a meteor that spent billions of years in space, a whiskey barrel that held countless stories, or even a rifle that protected freedom. Now, they become part of your story, backed by a lifetime warranty, because your promise should last forever. Wear your story. Thorum.
Since the day you first called on me, I have been preparing you for what now begins. Everyone is in danger.
Let me guess. A vague portent of doom with little to no explanation.
This realm is built on false gods. The old ways must die.
Who the are these people?
The usual. Death cultists, supernatural villains.
Classic Vox Mox. I did not miss the constant peril.
Vox Machina is here. Kill them all!
Ah, crap.
Most problems can be solved by punching.
When they can't?
You kick.
Oh, I could get used to this!
2, 3, 4!
This has been playing out far longer than we knew.
Maybe it's a complete and utter coincidence?
We're not lucky enough for that.
You cannot protect them all.
We're Vox Machina, and we don't run. It's time to up.
What the?
Doc. In the span of 24 hours, you've caused unfathomable amounts of property damage and confronted a lifetime of internalized parental issues.
Welcome to Vox Machina.
What lies beyond, they longed to know. The places where the maps don't go. Their quest to learn of time and space devoured them without a trace.
The dawning truth burned like a sun. Hypotheses unwound, undone. Through realms unknown, the ship took flight. Through ancient ruins, through beams of light.
And now, at last, an endless hall reveals the things that haunt them all. The final journey now begins. To go beyond, we must go within.
Unend Season 3 arrives April 8th, 2026.
New episodes available Wednesdays on Beacon, Mids.co, YouTube, and your preferred podcast listening platform.
critters, it's Laura Bailey here to show you what we've got in the Critical Role shop. Oh, Laudna would love this. You can never have too many dice. Take it from me. Why not pick this up? It looked great on you. What if I just filled my entire room with these? You know what we say, take a chance, roll a dice. Ooh, imagine a cozy night in with this on.
It is for research. Please do not question me further. 9 times out of 10, this is a good decision.
I would like to buy!
Finally, something tasteful.
Need more dice? These are nice. All these cool things and so much more. Check it all out at the Critical Role shop.
I saw Weird Al Yankovic walk into the Burger King and followed him in.
What is baloney?
We did skeet shooting except with Molotov cocktails, which was great.
It's the mailbag!
Oh my goodness, it's a mail monkey!
Welcome to Weird Kids.
When there's enough of them, I can't hear what they're saying. We return to the home of Halandil Fang here in the Rookery as a group of magically significant, heroically minded folk prepare to part ways. One such group, Halandil Fang, Thaisha Lloy, and an old companion of Thiazi's who I don't think is too particularly close to either Thaisha or Hal, prepares to head out with them to the Via Aurora, partially because you're one of the only people in this group who's got a clean name and a face that no one's going to pin on anything.
Yeah, I just directly needed space away from Wicander. Hey,
Before you go. Hi.
Oh, hi, you're still
hi.
here. Hey,
yes,
how
hi.
are you?
I wanted to catch you all before you left. Hal, you're going to take these folks to see my grandmother, yes?
She requested a one-on-one. She's been hounding me for days since you left.
I just wanted to prepare you all. I don't know if you'd heard that she had faked her death or something and been fake resurrected, or it's something that you might have heard, so you may mention it upon meeting her. It's obviously not true, but just so you know. Just be wary. These tattoos that I have, this is filament, and if you see this or anything like it glowing, that means that magic is being cast on you in the room, so just be mindful of that. And I just want to say a quick prayer for you, and may the light protect you and surround you. And I will cast aid on all three of you. And I'll give you an extra 5 hit points, just in case anything happens. She's not to be trusted.
Thank you. I have only heard, as we've all gathered back here, what you must have gone through in the last week or so.
I think we've all gone through a lot, but I probably went through the most, yes.
He's painfully annoying, but I do think at his core he's fucking all right.
I've heard versions of that statement like 20 times in the last couple of days. I think it's not a compliment.
No. It is. Just because I'm not good at it doesn't mean it's not true. You're a good guy. Your heart's in the right place. You're kind, you're sweet, you're soft. I don't know what I'm doing here. Anyway, just keep being you. You're fine. What are we meant to do with your grandmother? You want us to kill her?
I think that's a bad idea for many reasons, but mostly because I think she'll kill you so quickly and badly that you won't even know what happened.
Doesn't sound like a compliment either.
The monster angel is in the basement.
Yes, but don't mention that. I think that's pretty much a secret. Also know that if there's a big guy near her, it's Felonius. He's the head of security. He's got big dogs. I'm trying to think anything else I can. When you greet her, say, "May the beam reach you." That carries a lot of weight.
Okay. Do you need anything from your house?
Oh, I left in quite a hurry. If you passed my bedroom, if you could get me some extra clothing and some socks. I don't have.
Not a fucking chance.
I didn't pack enough socks.
No.
Okay.
You need to keep your head down because she has been after me to get to you. And now I have to lie about having not seen you.
Well,
so don't leave us out to dry. Go fucking put your head in a hole.
I will. Good luck to you.
And you. And I'm going to pat you on the shoulder and cast guidance.
Oh!
Lovely. As you depart too, similarly outside, Tayor getting ready to head out with Wick, Tyranny, Bolaire, and Julien headed to Knife and Pallet. I think as you're out by the wagon getting ready to head out, an apparition appears. Alex.
You feel a weight on one of your shoulders. A small. And you you see
turtle something.
A little undead fox standing on your shoulder and has something in his mouth. And I say, Tayor, was it?
Yes.
Before you go, I just wanted to... Very sorry about your brother, and I know that it is my family that did that to them. So, I want you to have this, and in Pin's mouth is a vial. of liquid. That is if you drink it, if you encounter the basilisks again, and you drink that, if you are hit with the petrification, that will stop it in its early stages.
That is incredibly generous. I think that will come in handy. By the way, this family of yours, I believe, and I'll reach under my cloak behind my back and pull out the blade of Saramai blade. I believe this belongs to your house. I don't know if you are handy with the blade, but...
Not specifically, but thank you. It's a blade of my vassal house. I assume you had trouble with them while you were on your journey.
Yes, that blade is a bitch.
Thank you. I'll see it won't be used against any of us. But, I am sorry again. And I want you to have that in case they come looking for another lion.
Thank you. It is a interesting meeting someone like you.
I, can agree with you. And I don't know how to meet myself at this point. But be safe. And thank you for everything you're doing.
You exchange these items. You, Tayor, getting 2 basilisk anti-venom, and you taking this ancestral blade of House Saramai. And I'm going to say that our Photart crew departs along with Tayor as Octus heads back inside. So we'll swap out the 5 of you. Octus remains, and let's get Azune, Thimble, Murray back at the table.
That's a dope.
Here we go. We're re-rolling ones, but we're rolling new hit points for level 5. 2.
That's okay.
What is your new hit point total?
That's gonna be, let me see, so that's plus my constitution. So it's gonna be, is a lot.
You have a high con?
I do have a high con. Dwarf baby.
Ooh.
So that is going to be 3. Unless I am missing something. I was at 29 plus 2. Or sorry, 39, 40, 41 plus 3. So I should be at 44.
Your old was 39, and you just rolled a 2.
Plus 3 for my con.
Plus 3 for your con is 5. So plus 5 would be 30, would be 44.
44.
Hell yeah.
It's apparently 44.
Unless you have some other thing that gives you hit points.
I don't think so, but D&D Beyond is weird. And I don't understand it, but it's 44. So we're going to go with 44.
Beautiful.
Yeah, it's probably set to a different...
Octus, walking back inside Azune, as you see a group head out with Wick and other very recognizable people hugging the shadows, headed south for the Tanners, and Hal, Thaisha, and Kattigan. So basically, your 3 cleanest faces head to the Via Aurora, right? Thaisha, Hal, Kattigan, and then Wick, who cannot be spotted, and Julien, who's supposed to be dead, and all this whole other, and Tayor, who has the Creed looking for him, all hug the shadows and head south to the Rookery.
Oh.
You are all left here.
No, I get an extra hit point per round for Dwarven Toughness.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
I think so.
So I am at 45. I am at 45.
Hell yeah.
Have I been doing that right? It doesn't matter. I'm at 45.
Great. Azune, yes. You wished to speak to a smaller group.
I did. Mary, Thimble, there's another item on my list that I didn't know how to get to in front of everybody else, but Einfassen is demanding that I present my case against Akonis to him tonight. And he's made it very clear that the physical evidence that I've given him, plus the testimony of Grotto, is not going to be enough. And Murray, I don't know how to do this anymore. I feel like I've been lying so much, and it's starting to really weigh on me, so I don't know how many more lies I have in me. So I need help.
I mean, I'll do anything that you need me to do.
I need Davinos to come with me.
I said I would do anything you need me to do.
I know.
I don't really feel super great about volunteering the child. Is his written statement not enough?
I don't think it will be, but I'm in a bind. I have to go, and going with Grotto alone is as if I was going by myself, and I don't want to go by myself, Mary. Please don't make me go by myself.
Okay. You understand the implications of what you're asking for. This could ruin this kid's life if he still has a life by the end of this, right?
I know.
Could they kill him?
Yeah, they could kill us all. But I have been very careful and very meticulous in communicating to Einfossen a curated case that helps him see Taconis as an not fully collaborative participant amongst them. And he's been taking it very personally. I think it's working.
Why now? Why is he? They're
because
trying to.
He knows that they're up to something tomorrow. Because the theories that we have are right. The sundered houses were supposed to be collaborating, working together to do something tomorrow, but Taconis has deviated from that. And the more we set Taconis up to believe that he might be going after them, at the very least, it's going to buy us some time. If we can make enemies out of them, I don't know if we can. But if we make them suspicious of each other.
But, I mean, aren't they enemies at this point? If Taconis is going off on his own, he's going against their plan, right?
Right. But I have been painting the picture that Taconis went after Royce because it was the priestly houses that are now coming after the rebel houses. At the very least, it's Taconis that's been using them, tricking them, because the score isn't settled to their liking. And I've been planting some things. I want Einfossen to think that maybe he's next.
I'd be willing to wager that Einfossen is playing a game of 4D chess here, and that this could be a ploy. A trap? It could be a ploy from Einfossen to try and wipe Taconis off the map to make it easier for whatever machinations that they're trying to pursue.
I don't know if that's bad. Let them fight each other. Okay. Let them reduce each other's numbers. We did this already, Murray. We did this in the sewers.
I know. You're talking about a kid. And you have to keep lying. You can't undo these lies right now, Azune. You're gonna have to clench your butt cheeks, suck in your balls, all right? And you're gonna have to,
I don't know how to do that.
You can suck in your balls through your butt cheeks?
I don't think I can try.
Do I hear any of that?
You've walked in for this conversation, yeah.
What does that have to do with telling the truth?
It's a bit. Why do people not understand metaphors here? I'm just saying you're gonna have to you have to keep up with this, Azune. You cannot break now, okay?
Okay.
You were so good at this. You were so good at this.
I'm not.
Azune, just think of it like a battlefield, right?
It's not the same thing, Thimble. You talk about we're talking about these components, spell components that you use up to make something incredible happen, and we're thinking about the paints and the stone of Night Song, and these are components for something, and I think I've learned something else, that there's a different... Sometimes you make some really hard choices, and it uses up your innocence, and I don't know how much of that I have left.
Breathe. Breathe. You're having a panic attack. Just breathe.
I don't want to do this anymore.
Hey.
I don't want to be this anymore.
Hey, Azune. I reach up and I just rub your earlobe.
Breathe.
Take a breath.
Okay. Thimble. Do you remember when we first met? I don't remember everything about the people where I come from, but I do remember some stuff, and I know that we believe that people die multiple times, and that the final death is when you're forgotten. And I want you to remember me, like the boy you first met. I want to be remembered as who I was before I killed anybody, before I became a liar. I can't do this alone.
Do you want me to come with you?
I don't want to take you down with me. But Octus can come with me.
Wait, what? You said that very quickly.
Why are you putting him on the...
Azune.
He could prove everything.
If I come with you, I expose a lot of things, including everything we're doing. If they realize that I am still around, that's a lot of problems for us with the Draconis. And listen, I don't know you well. Just met you a little while ago.
Then stop. But the answer's already no. You don't have to. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. The answer is no, and that's enough for me.
I'm not asking. I'm just going to say that in my position as I currently am, I will not die of old age. I will continue living. And I will not forget the good person that you are, as you currently are. And I will always remember you.
Azune.
Why does that hurt?
You've always been a Boy Scout. That's why you're so good at what you do here. You have a trustworthy face. You do still have that innocence. You have the literal sunset in your eyes. That light isn't fading. It's just right on the horizon. And it hovers there. All right?
All right.
As Marie mentions your sunset eyes, you think about the fact that a mere 12 hours ago, you saw those eyes looking up at you from the ground as your sister bled onto the floor. You saw how withered she looked. What has she led a life doing? What have you led a life doing? She looked consumed, like a bag of components used up for the casting of great spells.
You're not helping.
Once again, we are recording this, so I do.
Look, we're gonna get through this. You have an incredible support structure around you. We are all implicated in this scheme together. You do not have to shoulder any of this alone. And I promise you, if we get through this, I will take you out for pizza and an ice cream party just like the Boy Scout that you are. You understand? I promise.
What kind of ice cream?
What kind
What's your favorite?
All of them.
I will buy you
an ice cream cone stacked up.
Freak out if you
I
say
will
you
buy
follow
you
me.
every carton of ice cream that is in this godforsaken city right now. You understand?
Establishing so many things.
Thimble. I actually want everyone other than Azune and Murray to give me an insight check. Vaelus as well. I assume is hearing this conversation distantly.
Yeah.
Wow. And I'll say that Thimble, you can roll here with advantage because of your history with Azune.
Why? That is terrible, but this is okay.
18?
15.
18.
Vaelus, I think on an 18, or actually, Azune, go ahead and roll a persuasion or a deception with disadvantage because you're just in a heightened emotional state.
2 19s.
2 19s, hell yeah.
Oh,
Great.
persuasion?
Persuasion,
So
yeah.
that's a 25.
25, hell yeah. I want Murray to give me a persuasion as well, if you'd be so kind.
$18.
Azune soldiers up. As Murray gives the command, suck it up. You knew Azune joined the Torn Banner when he was 12 years old. He was starving on a street corner when Thaz found him. And I think on that 18, it's not high enough to get past Azune's guard. He is... The moment of vulnerability you've seen is quickly brushed away by a lot of competence in a man that needs a mask to survive. But I think on an 18, which meets Murray's, Vaelus, you are able to perceive in what Murray is saying some degree of insight into her. What is Murray feeling that Vaelus can hear in her voice right now?
Guilt.
Guilt.
Horrible. She hears what he has to say, but it doesn't matter right now. And I think it doesn't matter what Murray says. She knows Azune's right.
I think, Vaelus, you hear that loud and clear. And I think Thimble on the 18, you hear that. And the word that rings in your ear is alone. You and Thaz had each other. You lived in this city. You've worked with Azune countless times before. Long years of living in Dolmakir. And Azune was your man on the inside. He was the person that Piazzi relied on to keep him apprised of what was going on with the Revolutionary Guard. And I think when Murray says, you're not alone, you realize you have no idea where Azune lives in the city. You don't know who he sees at night. You don't know who he has dinner with. You don't know what he goes home to at all.
I would like to walk up and sit directly in front of Azune. I don't believe we've properly met.
I know we haven't.
We have something in common. And I can smell it all over you.
What could it be?
Mourning. Loss. And the remembering part. That's the hardest sometimes.
How do you do it?
There's not really a choice. And sometimes, to protect the ones that are left behind, you have to do things that don't feel very good.
Yeah. I want to do that.
I reach into my pocket and I pull out a handkerchief. Wipe your face.
I'll talk to Daymond. Let me talk to him first. I have the best relationship with him. I fought for him to even have a place at the Pentavral. Kid doesn't have a cent to his name. I'll talk to him, but under one condition. I will be in that room with you. I can be invisible. I can be nearby. I can listen in. I can plant a bug. I can do whatever. I don't even have to be physically seen or present. But I cannot let that kid that we rescued cold and dying out of the sewers from the Croak Keeper's grasp and walk him right back in to a worse lion's den than he's already in. You understand?
I do. But you gotta go there with me with no trickery. They're gonna see right through it. It doesn't work for them. And you have a right to be there.
Deal.
When you talk to Daymond,
he should still make a written statement. He should make copies of it.
I know Bolaire already has him on that task, so I'll make sure of it.
And if there's a way I can help without putting me in front of people that...
Can you give me back that letter that you snatched out of my hands?
Yes.
You hand back the letter. Murray, it's probably 1:30 in the afternoon, and this is your last day. It's, you have King Gus to go speak to, and now you've added Davinos and potentially the Einfasen to that list. You're on hour 3 of a lunch break from the Arcanaud. If Dean Cora comes by and asks where you are, time's of the essence. What happens?
Well, you were meeting with him tomorrow morning, right? Didn't you?
I'm supposed to meet with him tonight, but I can. I'll just send word to do it.
All right,
there's
I
time.
think we're going to need time. We're going to need time.
I'm going to need a glyph. And I'm going to need a couple of those crystals.
Which glyph?
Just a blank one. I got to write a spell on it. It'll help me.
Take whatever you need from our group stash.
Okay.
I toss him the bag of our belongings so he can take it.
We'll take what I'm looking for.
Great. You grab some of the meta magic gems, and you grab one of the blank spell glyphs.
I got so much shit. They got so much shit.
They got so much shit.
I gotta go talk to Gus. All right, everyone, we need to move.
Okay.
We're losing daylight.
Azune, the day we met, we realized we both left things behind, right? Brand new world?
Yeah.
It's a brand new world for both of us again, right?
Adventure.
Adventure.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Get the molasses out your ass. We gotta move.
If the Einfasen meeting is happening tomorrow, and Murray's going to talk to Davinos first, Azune, you see that they're about to head to speak with Gus.
I walk away for a second, and I take a breath, wipe my face.
Hey. I love you.
I just stopped crying.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's better.
Varen looks at you about to head out to go run down what he's running down, and looks at you and says, are you see, he basically says, should I come with you? Are you going to go speak with His Majesty the King? He looks and says, I think it might be, the King owes Murray his life, but he owes it to you and the others that were there that ran into the room. He just doesn't know it.
He doesn't.
What I would say is, depending on what the professor is going to speak to him about, in a worst case scenario, you're all in a lot of trouble, but in a best case, he is a military man. And knowing if he has someone who knows what the city's resources are, it's a helpful thing.
Okay. You're right. I don't know how to stand up for myself against this guy. He's scary. And
he looks at you and goes, well, for a lot of us, it's easier to take an arrow than a harsh word, but body's made of stern stuff, and he slaps your shoulder. Just spirit needs to follow. Best of luck, Lieutenant.
Is he convincing Azune to roll with us now?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you'll have me.
Let's go, baby. Besides, he's hot for teacher, so I think he'll be all right.
Great. And I'll excuse you guys from the table. Let's go ahead and get Liam, Aabria, and Robbie in here. My friends, you approach the Via Aurora. This magnificent estate erected very quickly to the might, splendor, and majesty of the Candescent Creed. Thaisha, you were probably like a 4-year-old girl when they broke ground on this cathedral. Wow. And it has this whole, you look around, you haven't been in this neighborhood in a minute. Or I should say, you have been in this neighborhood recently, but it's on the opposite side of Mirzash, which is the neighborhood you grew up in.
Yeah. This all used to be orange groves.
There's a 10-block radius that is Creed. Cathedral, the Via Aurora. There are holdings of House Halavar here privately. You see that there are rows of houses that have the lintel piece in marble with the Candescent Creed carved into it, like on private housing. It has just spread like a campus here in this place. There are street preachers out here that you can see, people calling out. And as you arrive, white gravel courtyard, doors open, and looking out in this place as you arrive, you see that there are some soldiers approaching, and you see Sir Felonius Halavar look out and goes,
Sorry, really quick, before we would have gotten within like visual range of anyone important, are we all walking in? What's the plan?
They have a monster in the basement. I don't really like the idea of going inside the Vatican on my own. But that means we need to explain our trio.
Well, I'm kind of asking if you want person, friend, or I can be a second dog.
Double dog.
Double dog?
Double dog.
Your call.
Dog?
Man. Dog.
Mm-hmm.
Well, maybe dog.
Variable.
Oh. Well, I actually think you're easier to explain than Mr. Vale here.
Yeah. I just wasn't sure if you were expected to be alone.
I probably was, but we're civilized people, more or less. Some of us.
I'm just gawking at everything I've never been in a place like this before.
Right. I think the angle is that you and I are family.
Fair.
We're no secret in this city, and this is an old friend of my brother's who I am trying to learn things about my brother's past.
Well, it's not even a lie. It's just truth.
Yeah. It's easier to...
You're my guest. You're my country mouse guest.
Okay. In the event we get separated, and I think I just flick my wrist, and slithering down my, Lloy staff is just a jet black snake that looks like it's got oil slick on the scales, and I'll send my familiar with you. You can wear it as a belt, I don't know, just if we need to get in contact.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah.
I'll hike my pants up.
And also, Brennan, before we would have gotten that close, almost there, but I think I put my back to the Via Aurora and look at you. This is gonna be fine.
Yeah.
Tell me you love me and everything will be fine.
I love you. Everything's gonna be more than fine.
And so it will be. And that word vibrates through my skull, and I cast Enhance Ability on myself. Charisma. So I am always at advantage with Deception thanks to the Liar's Play, but now I'm also at advantage with Persuasion.
Oh, let's go!
Incredible. Aabria, can you roll a luck check for me?
Why me, Brennan?
Because it concerns you. You don't want a 1 through 10.
Okay, it's a 14.
Great.
Thank you for being in Marisha's seat. She rolls good, and I'm using that.
Level 5.
Yeah. Hell, I'm only level 3. Oh, sorry. By the way, I'm a liability.
You walk past here, and as you turn a corner and begin to walk, approaching Sir Halavar, you see a figure that you've seen before walk past, and you see that a beautiful antlered demon turns around and goes, "Welcome, travelers, to the Via Aurora. Where do I know you from?"
Oh, gosh. Who could say? Around the city. Hi. Blessings of the light be upon you. What do you say? Is this enmity? No.
This is cruelty.
Cruelty. Yeah. Nice spell work.
See, she goes, "Oh my God. What are you doing here? We already said we're sorry."
I live here.
What? Oh, okay.
Hold on.
Are you trying to get revenge? We didn't even kill you.
You tried.
Sorry.
Is there a problem here? We're guests of the photo book.
Well, we're old friends.
Why else would you come back? You were in a whole city. We're already in trouble.
Why are you in trouble?
Oh, why are you in trouble? That's what you sound like.
Again, that's the most effective thing you did while trying to kill me, was not hurt my feelings. I'm gonna put those antlers on my wall. Why are you in trouble?
I'll find a way to hurt your feelings.
No, you won't.
Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Okay. Hold on. This is great. Nope, I need saves. I'm brand new at this. 22.
What is on your surface thoughts?
Surface thoughts are like just laughing, remembering all the times I dunked on her.
Yes. You see, she goes, "There's something in there that'll hurt you." And I don't make fun of me! And you see she just rolls off into the gravel and rolls under a carriage.
Was that a spell?
It rolls away like a poltergeist, you mean?
Rolls away like a little exorcist girl goes, "Ah!" and just rolls under a carriage. And you see that Sir Felonius from the steps says, "All aspirants are required at afternoon prayer."
Oh, that's the word. I was saying astringent.
We're going to use the carrot and not the rod when we go inside, so...
I like her a lot. That's the thing.
Felonius says, "Welcome to the Via Aurora. My apologies for our aspirants. Their piety and fervor in worship often makes them speak in tongues that sound like full sentences."
It's all good. I'm fairly decent friends with Wicander from the family. I've spent a bit of time with his aspirants. So.
Ah, we were anticipating you, Mr. Fang. Of course, I wish you a blessed and luminous day, for I believe it was your gala last night that received the miracle of rescendancy.
I know. I arrived a little too late to witness the miracle for myself, but the entire museum...
In your heart, you know it is true.
I have learned a lot from Wicander. And I know there's more to learn.
Yes, well, the Lord Wicander is indeed very important in the comings and goings of the light, and he is still not sent word from us on his missive. If you hear of anything from him, please let us know. Hello?
Hello?
Well, you can like this. You see, he opens the door and goes, "Is the wolf also coming?"
It's a pet-friendly church.
This
area.
is the Via Aurora. This is my family's home.
Right.
But we did make it look like a church.
Are there dogs allowed?
You tell me. And you see that Wrath and Judgment, these two sort of like celestial hounds that are at the size of fucking horses, just look out, and cones of light come off their eyes and detect magic. Are there any active spells? Do they see enhance ability charisma?
Yeah.
You see,
oh, he's a good boy.
And you see that Felonius says, "Do you have any magic active on you right now, sir?"
Well, I've just come from my theater, and we are, in fact, practitioners there on a, friendly level. Helps with performance anxiety.
He nods. He's going to make a little Arcana check. Give me a deception roll.
Let's go. Rolls a billion things.
It's a 19.
19. You see that he goes, "Oh, I see this. There is sort of theater magic on you." Yeah, some of us go to the people with fictions and fabrications, and others bring the truth.
I was beginning to cast Speak with Animals and then stopped just mid. Are we not allowed to? I just want to say hi.
Would you wish to speak to my hounds?
Sorry, they're just so cute.
I spin my hand and a little bone floats over my hand. Good boy.
Grabs the bone and sort of snaps.
Well, he grabs air.
Yeah.
He's a good boy.
You can cast Speak with Animals.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Yeah. You do so, and you see that Flintus says, "Are you a wielder of arcane magic?"
I am a druid of the Circle of Ancients, and I will speak to all dogs.
Give me a persuasion check.
Uh-oh.
It's a 3 on the dice. I don't think it's gonna matter.
6.
He goes, "Ah, a druid of the Circle of Ancients. We welcome you to our home.
Huh.
You are welcome here."
Okay. That's a fun look. I come bearing a belated candle feast. Blessing.
Happy candle feast. Please do not cast any magic on premises. Wrath! Judgment! Continue your patrol. Now! And you see them go, and run off into the courtyard.
I have a snake in my pants.
I do as well. What's that?
Is it magic?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. I take it back. I don't have... It's not a magic snake.
I mean, kind of, but...
No, don't be down on yourself. I'm sure it's a magic snake. Come with me. In another life, Polonius and Kattigan are best friends.
Yes.
You guys are brought...
It's a little magical, but shush.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were being honest.
No.
All right.
Two truths and a lie.
You guys are brought into the Via Aurora and find that there is a smaller chamber that nevertheless is built like a throne room. There is a hushed chapel, stained glass of gold and cream and teal and sort of translucent diamond white transmutes the gray overcast light of Dol Makyar into a panoply of color on the ground as you look out and see, raised only 3 or 4 steps up, but on a magnificent white throne that gleams with light, you see Yenessa Halavar, who looks out. This room is filled with about like a dozen or so attendants. There's a small desk off to one side. People are bringing her papers to review. You see that an attendant is speaking with her. She also has her son, Goddard, you see, is enormous, broad shoulders. He has sort of a hunched back blindfold on, his hair behind him. Enmity is on the other side of him. And you see that Yenessa looks up and says, "I am so glad to receive you. Welcome, honored guests, to the Via Aurora. I understand, Mr. Fang, that you have brought a woman that I know to be actually your love, yes?"
She's family, yes.
Family. I see. She says, "Welcome, Miss Lloy. The name of your family rings with honor and pride here in the city of Dol Makyar, and we honor you and the path that you walk as well. Though we are sisters of different faiths, there is no path to which the light does not reach. And we honor you. And of course, for your family's sake as well, Dol Makyar, she says, there were none that blasphemed against the light so greatly as the Shapers."
On this, we absolutely agree. Belated happy candle feast.
You are aware of our holy days. A belated happy candle feast to you. Would you like some of our luminous cookies?
That sounds delightful.
We make ever so many.
May I say, may the beam reach you, and what a pleasure it is to see you so healthy and hale after last night's excitement.
You see, she smiles. As you say, may the beam reach you, go ahead and give me a persuasion check.
You want a cookie? I'm gonna get a cookie.
I don't eat wheat.
Oh, smart.
It's 26.
26. She says, may the beam reach you. Some attendants bring out these little like white sugar cookies with some, there's sort of that creamy, like they've caught a little bit of like the Maillard reaction in the oven, but they had this like pure white confectioner's sugar on them that are brought over to you. And you see that she says, may the beam reach you, Mr. Fang. And your companion, this is a member of your troop?
This is an old friend of the family. My brother's, to be specific. I'm showing him around the city, and he's helping me get to know the man my brother was.
Awkward bow.
What is your name, traveler?
Kattigan. Vale.
Kattigan Vale.
Yes.
Well, welcome to the Via Aurora, Mr. Vale.
I'm honored to be here. It's quite an astonishing place.
May I say, Mr. Vale, you bear a weight to your spirit. And I want you to know that nothing is truly lost. Everything that is promised to us waits for us in the light.
Well, promises are meant to be broken, or at least that's what my dad always said. I'm a sinner, though, so maybe I am in the right spot.
God, that's so sad.
We all are, Mr. Vale.
Even you?
Of course. To walk perfectly in the light. You see, she gestures to Enmity and says, the purpose of the light is not to cast judgment upon those who stray or err. The miracle of our aspirants is proof that even those who are born from the pit itself know the touch of the light. Whatever mistakes you have made in your life, Mr. Vale, they do not define you. I wish for your spirit to know lightness and freedom.
It's nice to hear.
She says, if you ever wish to speak to someone, know that the Creed is here for you. If you ever feel lost or alone, know that we are here for you.
Thank you. And then give a courtesy nod, and I'll just sort of turn my back away.
You see that she says, Mr. Fang, we need speak of your theater. May I invite you into a circle of trust?
I mean, I think with the patronage you've shown the arts, and based off my excellent relationship with your grandson, I welcome it.
My grandson is the matter of trust that I now bring to you. I believe that my grandson has been captured against his will. Speaking of those who sin, I and my family have engaged in a lie, pointed untruth. We have been sharing publicly that we believe Wicander to have been on a mission and to have simply slipped in remaining in touch with us. This is a lie to which I will have to beg the light for forgiveness, as we all can. And we told it because we did not wish for the people to panic. Wicander has become a symbol for a bright morning at the end of so much darkness. The Shapers were thrown down, and all were promised freedom, and we have endured nearly a century of war. Wicander was to be a symbol for an escape from that, the true delivery of the promise of freedom. And yet, he has vanished and gone missing. We believe that he has been captured by a seditious agitator, a former rebel of the Falconers' Rebellion, with a pointed agenda to punish those sundered houses that merely wished to restore order and law to these lands. We believe this individual may have even been present at your brother's funeral. We believe that Wicander Halevar has been captured by a rebel traitor known as Teor Pridesire.
Oh, your perturbation must know no bounds. What is at the heart of it?
There was rumor of his mercenary company working in the far east, past the old fallen empire of Obrademia. We believe he may have been present in the city because of your brother's passing, and it may have driven him over an edge into grief and madness and lashing out at those that he perceives as being responsible. Of course, if I had my way, Mr. Fang, there would be no punishment and death. There would be only reverence and acceptance and light. But we believe that this Pridesire is dangerous, and he may mean harm not only to us, but to you as well. Anyone that he perceives as being against him.
Well, it is no secret that my brother had a very checkered and turbulent life, and it grieves me to think that any harm would come to Wicander's head. I said goodbye to him at my door. I bid him farewell from my brother's funeral. He did stop to pay his respects, and I would worry about him out in the world. Your grandson means well, but he is as... I don't mean to insult him, but as innocent as they come.
You are not wrong. This wicked world has a way of sullying pure things.
And if he were returned to you, you would show mercy on him.
Wicander?
Yes.
If he were returned to me, I would weep for joy. Wicander has done nothing wrong that I know of. Have you heard differently? You spoke up, Mr. Vale. Have you heard differently?
No.
Go ahead and give me a deception check.
While he's doing this, is enmity in the room?
Yeah.
Can I try to give the help action by, drawing enmity's, I'm trying to take attention off of Kattigan.
Yeah. What's that?
Could you read it for me?
Oh, buddy.
Thanks so much.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a natural one.
Thank you.
That's the thing. I wanted to... Thank you. Actually, no. Maybe don't have it.
That one away.
Maybe don't have it.
Mr. Vale, have you come into contact with my grandson?
No.
If I kill him, he can't.
All these motherfuckers talked for 2 hours. You talked for 5 minutes.
I thought it was open. I believe you.
No.
Oh. Well, I just thought, if family, and you thought he was taken, you would be mad at him for allowing himself to be taken, and a family as prestigious as yours would certainly want a more capable young man, and perhaps you would be mad at him. If I were to allow myself to, as a young child, to fall into such a perilous circumstance, I certainly would expect my family to be upset with me, and I would expect that they would show mercy on me.
I will say this about Wicander. Against his own better judgment, he was attracted to danger. He was beyond fascinated with the men of arms at our house that night. He seemed infatuated with
anyone who wore a blade at their side. And I think, as long as I've known him, he has longed for adventure, which I know is an odd pursuit for one in his role in this city and within this hallowed place.
Go ahead and give me persuasion or deception.
They're the same, baby.
Let's go.
That is... That is 21.
21, hell yeah.
Yeah.
You see, she says, you may well be right.
And enmity. We met in Riesengirdle, yes?
I had not intended to bring it up here.
Well, when we spoke, you said you were...
The Photarch says, I'm so sorry, you have met one of our aspirants.
I didn't want to interrupt your conversation, but yes, I was in Riesengirdle recently, and I came across aspirant Enmity shortly after stopping in and paying my respects to the Einfassen, who I believe were hosting some of the heirs of House Taconis for Candle Feast.
They were hosting some of the House Taconis, so the Einfassen and Taconis were celebrating Candle Feast.
I believe so. It was around the time, and yeah.
How unusual. I did not know them to be of the faith. Well.
Your reach is far and wide.
Well, you see, Enmity, you hear a voice in your mind from Enmity saying, the less said of our failure, the better. We'll make it worth your while not to share what occurred on the Hakvalinboka.
You're really gonna want to make it worth my while.
Just please, be cool.
Make a persuasion check.
I'm following Whitney's lead about what demons are like. You see that as she says, well, Enmity, you must tell me all about your meeting with our friend Miss Lloy as soon as you can. And you see, Enmity says, of course, your radiance. You see, the Photarch says, but we have not come here to speak of Wicander. We are here to speak of your play.
I'm running in 1,000 different directions this week, especially. We are on the verge of it. Less than 24 hours away.
Well, I have some changes. We were able to get a script from Wicander's belongings and things.
Yes.
And there are several things that we would like to alter if we can. There is an element of...
I love creative collaboration.
We feel that when the play ends and Azgra is still dominant, Azgra wins, the rebellion fails, and it feels like it's going to be an extremely tragic or somber or unfortunate ending. We would love if at the end, yes, Vokian dies, but if he were to die and merge with a universal force, something that would show that his life, his rebellion was not spent in vain, but rather that in struggling and failing, his soul was actually redeemed and rewarded.
I am with you. I'm with you. I think I would like to suggest that is implied.
Let's make it explicit. And further, I think there are some moments of comedy that just don't hit in the first act. I think there's an element that we would like to bring as well of Vokian communicates a lot towards his people. He keeps bringing it back to the Rungyani. But of course, there will be many in your audience that are not themselves Rungyani. perhaps if there was something that he referred to that he felt that there was a spirit moving upon him, something that he almost didn't understand why he was doing what he was doing, but there was something communicating to him.
The yearning for freedom.
Yearning for redemption. Yearning for salvation.
Redemption against what? Redemption from what?
We are all sinners.
Sure, but is that the focus? I'm sorry. This is your play and my people's history, so you guys can keep. That's fine.
I understand that these are some quite large changes, and I know that you are going up tonight. Or she's going up tomorrow night. You see, she says, I understand you are going up tonight. So, I would be more than happy to, there's big changes very quickly. Do you feel confident that you can make those changes in time?
Yeah, I think I can. Do you have any edits you'd like to suggest specifically? Anything on paper?
She snaps her fingers, and you see that there is an enormous pile of pages that are moved towards you, with tabs sticking out at little angles with Candescent Creed stationery on it, with long cards filled with notes.
I think I can take these under consideration.
Wonderful. If you have creative issue with anything, your lease is very clear. You are a free man in the free city of Dolmakyar, and your business is your own. If there are things here that you feel warrant further consideration or that you don't feel positive about, I want you to know that we are absolutely happy as part of the body that granted that lease to delay opening night until we can arrive at a middle ground.
No, I think that we can make this work. I'll take those suggestions, and you come tomorrow night, and you will be pleased.
I want to be very clear, Mr. Fang. I have no issue with opening night being a week from now, a month from now, a year from now. It's important, Mr. Fang, given how excited and abuzz the city seems to be, that we get this right.
We do have momentum on our side, and I would hate to ruin collaboration between Halavar and Fang.
She smiles and says, very well. I also understand that your Dramatis Arcane is under house arrest.
Yes, and fortunately we were able to work out an arrangement with his age and his, he's a gentle old soul.
I'm very glad to hear that, and let me just say, I understand he's put a tremendous amount of work into this play. I would be so happy to make an advisement to House Einfasen on his potential release based on all this business with Obermus Manor and everything else. Or, if you prefer, we have our own skilled luxes that could help with any lighting effects you might need, which I understand is much of what he did.
Well, it's part of it. There's also a good bit of illusion and shadow.
What is illusion but a sullying of the light?
I would prefer, if you'll permit me, to earn your good grace. I think I know precisely what you want to see.
You do?
I've spent a lot of time with your grandson. He talks a lot.
Well, then when may I come see it?
I'll save a seat for you tomorrow.
You're having the dress rehearsal? Oh, I thought you were going up tonight. You're going up tomorrow?
Yes, tonight we are just, I don't know that I can...
Well, dress rehearsal is probably tonight, yes?
For sure, but we only have a handful of hours, and I don't know that I can have the troupe be off book in time.
Oh, with the new changes?
Yes.
Well, then let's delay opening.
much time and effort has gone into this moment tomorrow night. Is there anything I can offer that would satisfy your need?
I've taken great pains to write them all down. And she points at the script.
Can I make an insight check on her? She's so weirdly insistent on delaying the opening.
Go for it. Give me insight. I'll give you the number you're trying to beat. You are trying to beat a 20.
I don't. Shit.
Well, is it that you need to see a run-through first?
Yes, that would be delightful.
All right. Well, maybe we can meet in the middle. Why don't you come and people will be book in hand, and we can give you an idea of how things will be, then give my folk a good chunk of time to digest, and then we'll be ready to go.
She looks at you and says, I'm so sorry. You can imagine that there is a great deal of tumult given the recent miracle. I will not be coming myself with tremendous respect, I do not think it appropriate for someone of my calling to be in the theater or the marketplace or these areas. But the Lady Iris will be by to see this run through and make sure that the changes have been adopted.
Understood. I am nothing if not pliable.
Pliability in the hands of the faithful is simply surrender to a higher order. You are a man of good heart and conscience. Pliability in the face of the light is simply acknowledgement of a greater truth. Thank you, Mr. Fang.
I take heart from your illumination.
May the beam reach you. And I think she looks out, and anyone who wants to give me an insight as you leave the room.
Please, nice. Here we go.
Garbage for me.
23.
23. Insight?
A natural 20.
2 modes.
Kattigan.
It feels right.
You look up as you are leaving this chamber. You look up and see the Photarch smiling right at you. She doesn't look at Hal, doesn't look at Thaisha, she looks right at you, smiling. And in your mind you hear, I am here if you ever need to talk, Mr. Vale. Does Kattigan turn to accompany Hal and Thaisha out of the room?
Say that again, ask the question.
I assume you follow Thaisha and Hal out of the room, right?
Yeah.
As you turn around on a nat 20 insight, you feel the Photarch's eyes remain on you. Kattigan, you spent a whole life in the wilderness. Your body has an instinctive reaction when a predator has started hunting you.
Yeah.
You are marked. And on a nat 20, the most powerful woman in the world wants you in her jaws right now.
In this voice in my head, is there the sense that she can read my thoughts or only send it one?
Only sending it right now.
Okay.
All right. On a nat 20 insight, you don't feel that you can that you're having a conversation or that she can probe deeper into your mind.
Okay.
You exit out of the Via Aurora.
The moment we hit anything, I assume this place is full of light. It's very cathedral-like. The moment we hit anything close enough to a dark corner, I'm gonna have my familiar slip off of you, and he's gonna get as far as he can get. I want him searching for that angel basement. I wasn't here for weird conversation.
Oh, shit. I thought you were here for weird conversation. Unbelievable. I love after every one of these scenes that I have a little section for what the fuck happened. And this one just says, Kattigan fucked snake.
That's how I take notes.
Incredible.
Out on the street,
yes.
once we're like a few blocks away, Hal's quiet as they walk away from this place, and eventually he just like stops, puts his hand on a building, and just sort of bends over, laughing silently.
Mm-hmm.
I have so much work to do.
Are you gonna do it?
That old dried out husk can choke on filament. I gotta go to the theater. We gotta prepare some bullshit, and then they can fucking choke tomorrow night.
I've never loved you more.
Hal, you rush to the theater. It's time for dress rehearsal. You're producing a play.
I gotta pass out pages. We gotta put on a sham tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And tomorrow we go forward as planned, script untouched.
Fuck yes.
Yeah.
All right. You guys are good to go. You guys can swap out. Let's go ahead and get the group headed for Knife and Palette. Incredible.
Zip, zap, zap.
Zip. Crazy eights.
Crazy eights. All right.
Final boss is Sisconi.
Bolaire, heading out from Hal's home, you wend your way back down to the Tanners, a neighborhood that Wick, even living for most of your life in Dol Makyar, you have, traveling around and everything like that, but you certainly never been here. Taor, the last time you were here this is the same neighborhood that Thiazi's hideout where you rescued and saved Thimble's life. That's where this happened.
Awesome.
Arriving at this place, it is a industrial neighborhood. It's called the Tanners because there's a lot of leather tanneries here. So there's sort of industrial sewage flowing out over the cliffs down into Lake Nahami. And you arrive at a little cobblestone road, big squat buildings. See, there's one that has a doorway that's been bricked up. You see sort of covered, and across from that, small little window and a small door that has you recognize a sort of braided rope tool on it, which is for halflings and gnomes to easily open doorways that are built for larger folk. Bolaire, you approach the apartment across from Knife and Pigment.
And she specifically asked to meet me.
Yes, unless there's another person with your name.
No, but did she give any indication of why?
Well, I got the sense that perhaps she was very attracted to you.
I don't believe you.
Yes. I didn't get that sense because she wasn't there. I was just going for a shot. I got the sense that it could be anything.
Well, is there anything we need to know about Hollis Kennywater before we walk in? Is there any information that we need to know?
Is that a he?
Just anything.
Yeah.
Well, I will say, going in here, they are very criminal, not to be trusted. What little I do know of them is because we have seen each other in the same deeply unscrupulous circles. And there's every chance that one could think of that when they see you, Taor, they might shit themselves.
Why when they see me?
Well, it's just, you have quite a reputation, apparently. And
Well, what's the over-under on them selling us out? Because this guy's kind of a hot commodity right now.
8 out of 10.
Okay, so should we keep this disguise on?
I think he's fucking with us.
I'm really not actually at this point. I think it's more than likely that this is going to go completely tits up if you.
Well, then maybe I'll keep my disguise on.
Keep
if
it.
we know
Disguise
more.
on. I will also disguise myself.
Julian?
Yes?
Anything around us that feels off?
What? In these circumstances? Probably not. I'm gonna go ahead and just search the perimeter to see if we're being followed or if there's anybody lurking in nearby shadows that might be of an issue.
Do I know that guy?
I'm not sure. What are you getting off of him?
Give me that one more time, Matt.
Keeping an eye out to see if we're being followed or anybody is.
Give me perception.
That's going to be 17.
On a 17, you do not clock yourself as being followed.
Does he look familiar?
His hair does. I feel like maybe at one of your parties. I feel like I've seen him cry.
That is entirely possible. You were at a party together at one point.
I think so far.
Give a little snap to the bra on your back. And then I knock.
Coast is clear for now.
Thank you. Although, I would. Teor, did you see anything?
What do you mean?
Are we being followed? I
didn't look.
Okay.
I think Teor is here in case everything goes tits up.
Apparently, I'm very intimidating.
You are.
But I can search for, like fiends and celestial.
Any of those around?
Undead. Can I do a little?
Do you want to put your divine sense on?
Yeah, sure.
How long does it last?
This place is pulsing. Fiendish energy.
We are fucked.
Pulsing.
It is radiating bitches in here. Just all sorts of.
You sense across the street. There, coming off of the door in front of you, there's fiendish energy. Across from you, through that brick doorway, the one that has no door in it, you sense multiple sources of fiendish energy, and one that is pulsing with a power that is provocative in a way that is hard to describe.
Listen, I know I said I would tag along on this one, but I am assuming you have some idea of what you're walking into, because there are fiends, literal, strong reading fiends here.
How bad is it?
Is like there are fiends that are like, there's too many of them, we'll never make it. And then there's like, oh, this one's the boss, we should be careful. And then there's this thing that I.
Okay, it's a bit more than I was expecting, but I was expecting about somewhere around here.
So we're still going in?
Yes, I suppose. You have a better idea?
No, I just want to know what kind of party.
Why are we handing Wick to this person you've never even met?
Yes.
What information could they possibly have that could benefit us?
Why in darkness are we here?
Because this is the sort of information that's going to tell us whether or not we are going to put the play on. And honestly, I have faith in you, Wick.
That's enough. That's all I needed to hear. Let's go.
Very manipulative.
Your life is safe.
Let me put this very clearly. I underestimated you. And being underestimated is an extremely powerful weapon if you're willing to wield it. And I think you are willing to be better than people think you are.
Before we go in, you gotta think of a different name.
Nick Falcon.
Okay.
The door opens and a ghostly paper white little halfling looks out who's got a glove with different sort of metal fingertips that he's tapping. And he goes, "Hello. I've alerted my mistress that you are all here."
Are you Hollis?
I'm Hollis.
May we come in?
To my apartment?
If that's all right.
No, it's all right. You all had a conversation outside my door. And I've established that I am specifically a watchman. I kick it in front of that window all day, waiting to see if people come up. And you guys walked up here and then started to talk about how I'm assuming you are Wicander Halavar in disguise.
I thought you looked around the perimeter.
Yeah, the perimeter is fine. I live here. You came to me. You came to where I live.
I knew that he was here. I was just worried about other people.
Well, you've the wrong group to go with.
You've passed the test.
It's going to be absolutely fine. Almost everyone who's done one of these.
Please show us to the mistress. Yes, you passed the test. Excellent.
Splendid. Can you pick me up? Oh. Pick me up? I want to caress your face as I say this.
All right.
Go ahead.
Halfling, you need not fear. You need not fear. All will be explained in time. Put me down.
He said that in half. Is this a he, a she, a they?
It's a he.
Okay.
It's a ghostly little sort of halfling that you can see has pulsing fiendish energy, but not as a fiend. You believe him to be a warlock of some kind.
And he said that in halfling?
No, he is a halfling.
Oh.
He said that in Runyani.
Oh, okay.
All good?
Was there any odd hand movements or anything going on there?
Not that you could see.
Oh, okay.
He's tapping. He's tapping.
He's still doing his
glove.
tap.
Yeah, still doing his tapping. He says, "Right this way." And you see, he looks and he says, "Are we accompanied by an aspirant of the Candescent Creed?"
At your service, I'd like to do a quick little check to see if I know who his patron is.
Give me this is very high DC just to look at him and know who his patron is. But go ahead
Or
and
if there's anything kindred.
Give me Arcana about. Give me an Arcana check about him, or you can do Insight if you'd like.
Well, cocked. 16.
16 is not high enough for you to tell just by looking at him, but you know that he is a fiendish warlock. You see, he looks at you and says, I don't know if you can tell by this rotting bag outside, but I celebrated candle feasts not too many days ago.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a proud member of the Creed.
It's wonderful to meet a fellow believer.
I can confirm.
And an aspirant. Bolaire, you've done exceptionally well.
I love bringing people together.
We were lucky enough just to get Wicander, but the mistress would be absolutely ebullient that an aspirant has
I'm
come.
very excited that she's in fact home. I thought I was going to have to be all subtle about it and go, perhaps she is in fact actually in town. This is so much better.
I want to be clear. Your whole operation should absolutely be tightened up. But in this instance, your blatant lack of subtlety is going to yield absolutely enormous dividends. I worry for you in the future, but for now, smooth sailing. And you see he walks across the street to the brick doorway and says, Welcome to Knife and Pigment. We produce the finest paints in Dolmakia. Kassav! And the door bursts into flame and he walks through the fire. This way!
You travel with these two?
Demons and fools first?
I have.
Is it always like this?
Mostly.
Entry through. I think also there's a moment too of Julien and Teor. You guys, I think, fought against each other like on the same battlefield in the Falconers Rebellion.
Yeah.
I don't think I recognize that.
No, I think I saw you fight Thiazi, right? I was there for that.
Yeah.
It's going to be fine, boys.
Security detail, tighten up, man.
You guys move into a you guys move into a sweltering hot workshop. Bubbling vats of enormous sort of like pigments boiling. You see that there are fires lit. Shapes are flitting around that look like bats, but constituted of smoke. So they're partially sort of ethereal or not here, carrying small things of powders to drop into these boiling, bubbling cauldrons. The pots themselves some of them are like 100-gallon pots of paint bubbling and boiling. You look around, you see there are a number of figures walking. Some of them have burn marks on them from having been burned in here. Probably about a dozen or so workers. As you walk in, no one seems perturbed that you have entered. It's not like everything suddenly work stops, but you see a couple of people look over, and some see you, Tyranny, and react absolutely like shocked. Everyone that you see here, by the way, does look like a humanoid for the most part. It looks like some humans, some orcs, some halflings, some gnomes. Moving through this space, you look out and see that there is a young woman. She has a sort of covered in, so her arms are caked with vibrant different rainbow colors. You see that she's testing things out on this huge thing of like butcher's paper. You look out and I think you ping her immediately with your divine sense up as a fiend. She is in disguise as a humanoid. She looks up. You see that her teeth have all been filed into pointed, all of her teeth are pointed. And she looks up as you approach going, and then looks up and goes, and begins to weep and rushes out of the room.
Oh. Maybe she's on her period.
Is that a normal response for you?
I've never. People are really looking at me specifically. You guys have noticed that?
Yes. What? It's like you are a striking image in most places.
Huh.
Fascinating.
Mistress! You guys see an enormous pair of, like, in the way that workshops will have like barn doors, that sort of sliding doors that come across on a rail. One of those opens, revealing, this all looks like a wild, this is like one massive ember red OSHA violation out here. And then through the barn doors, what is in there looks like something out of like a necromancer or infernalistry. There's like a like 7-pointed pentagram on the ground, a staircase ascending with different cubbies that have like snarling fiend gargoyles, gleaming weird arcane light, and a massive desk. It looks like some sort of study or arcane sanctum. And you see an old woman hunched over, wearing just the most fetid hanging rags, steps out, holding this enormous cane that you realize is a warp. At the top of it has sort of like bleeding, sopping wet hairs and is an enormous paintbrush. She steps forward and goes, Tayor, that is the signature. She's stepping out of there.
Why are you reacting that way?
Fiend.
What did you call me? A fiend. Is that right?
I love the vibe in here. Can I just say, the pentagram, the lighting, all the bubbling stuff, it's so cool. And I love your paintbrush.
Am I to understand that I speak with the aspirant in this moment? One of how many?
3.
3? Oh, there's 4 actually.
There's 4. I'm not on there.
You see, she goes,
Count yourself.
You see, she looks out and says, and you refer to me as a fiend.
You'll have to forgive our compatriots.
No. You misunderstand. Oh, you're the one that Hollis has dealt with down at Pottersfield, yes?
Yes, of course.
Welcome. I've been wondering if I could ever expect you in my humble hall.
I'm so sorry. It's so rude. Who are we so delighted to meet?
Oh. You see, she goes, well, given that the jig is up, I find these disguises rather tedious.
The GG's up.
A 12-foot tall figure appears before you. She is still hunched, spines coming from the middle of her back along her vertebrae. Her enormous head is a tiger's jaw and snout with a wasp's compound eyes and antenna with ram's horns curling off the side. You see upper body had these huge blood-soaked tiger's claws that go down. You see enormous cloven hooves that end that are hoofed in iron. And you see that sort of coming off of, she has an enormous sort of prehensile tail that has that sort of tiger striping to it. And then a pair of bat wings extends off her back. She is a fucking mess.
I want that tattooed on my body.
I'm Sulrexi.
Sulrexi?
Do you want me to spell it out for you?
Yes, maybe yes, actually, yes.
Sulrexi.
T-S-U-L apostrophe. And you see a thing of paint shoots out. R-E-K-S-H-I.
A fellow Welshman. Arthur, it's my joke.
You see, she looks and goes,
Master Lathalia.
I'm so glad that my name can be whispered in these delightful halls. You are responsible for so much beauty in the world.
I cannot thank you enough for the compliment, my good friend. Your reputation is as prodigious as it is mysterious. Time after time, I've asked Hollis to track you down and find out who you're getting your spells from. And I keep drawing blank.
Thank you. I try very hard to maintain a bit of mystery. And again, having a lock on something in this town is difficult to have, and I have needs.
I would have approached you, but my understanding is the museum you work in is all about our storied past, and you're not looking for new works.
Well, times being what they are, things have been shifting in the city, as I'm well aware that you know, and my museum seems to be undergoing a few changes. So that may be, yeah, I'm thinking about diversifying into more modern theater.
Fan of the theater, are you?
Oh, that is my true love.
Well, friendliness goes a long way in this town.
She produces an enormous coin, a coin that is about the size of like a hubcap, and goes and spits a rainbow phantasmagoria of phlegm and blood on it, and hands it to you.
Cool.
A token of my favor for the promptness and kindness that you have shown to me by bringing young Wicander here.
Anything I should know about it?
It represents a debt owed. I am in your favor, Master Lathalia.
Absolutely don't know what to say. You honor me.
You have produced a prodigious young noble for me. In time, I hope I can produce something for you.
I've produced a conversation at the very least. I sadly can't necessarily say I am capable of leaving him here, but if you decide you need a bit more, I'm sure it can be arranged.
While this is happening, I'd like to just take my knife out.
Yeah.
And give it a little looky-loo. Just like a check of the phone.
Hell yeah.
Just see if there's anything that pings.
It gleams. As you take it out, you see that Sulrekshi whips over to you and goes,
fascinating, what is that thing?
Oh, I was just checking my lipstick. There's a mirror.
My girl, your lipstick is flawless.
Thank you. Are we having a moment?
We can.
Okay.
What is your name, little aspirant?
I'm Tyranny.
Tyranny.
Yeah.
Pleasure. Interesting. Not a true name of the pit, not a name of Nahavri, but a name in the common tongue.
Mm-hmm. It was given to me.
By whom?
By my father. You should know who that is.
Would I know your father?
Do you know Sharavi?
Yeah, I know Sharavi.
Yeah, that's my dad.
Did you get to know him well?
I'm waiting for my time. I'm waiting to really spend some quality time at some point.
Give me an insight check.
Okay. Insight? 17? Insight is -1 though, I think.
It's +1.
Oh. No, -1.
Pooh.
16. 16.
16.
I see. She looks at you and goes, I'll roll for her. She looks at you. You just look at this. It's hard. She's this big wasp compound eyes on this slavering tiger's jaw. She just looks at it and goes,
Sharavi. Sharavi crafted you.
Mm-hmm. And he did a great job.
Did he do it with help?
What do you mean?
I'm asking if he did it with help.
I don't know. But
how old are you?
How old am I?
Yeah.
Here on the plains, I am like 6 months old, but I'm also like 400 years old, depending on who you ask. I've been around.
Prior to your journey here into Ahriman, were you conscious in the pit, or were you insubstantial, waiting to be formed?
That's a really personal question. But because I feel like we are having a moment, I would say that I was in sort of an observant stasis. I didn't have a body. I didn't have this rockin' bod that you see before you.
Oh. Yes. We all have bods that rock differently.
So true. So true, Queen. Hard to get a read with all those eyes. Did I see anything in my knife?
Are you attempting to use one of your knife's abilities? Because you haven't identified it.
I haven't identified it, but I just wanted to see if it picks. I know that it's the wife knife is rife with magic, and I want to see.
You look at your wife knife, and you are as you look at it, you I think peer and see that someone in it is someone is gazing at you longingly, and you realize that your knife is not showing you a vision. Hidden in the shadows, that weeping worker who went away is hiding and spying on you from the shadows.
Well, that's weird.
You see that Sulreshi goes, sorry, Arakshasa! And you see that she goes, Arak, come here. And you see that the glamour fades, and you see this withered, skeletal, hunched demon covered in probably over 1,000 like indigo spines that come into a darker like shade and then into a lighter purple or violet around her face. So she's like a weird violet into indigo. Comes over, she has a sort of simian form, and you see has 9 tails stretching out behind her that end in these barbed, spiny lashes.
Damn, I could have looked like that.
You see that her, for what it's worth, her face is very, her humanoid face is very beautiful, mouth filled with fanged teeth, multiple rows of them. But she looks out, and you can see that in her eyes are sort of swimming pupils differently in these like indigo eyes, and her cheeks blush terribly red, almost like luminous glowing. She goes, I'm sorry to stare.
Does it hurt? Do I know you?
I know you.
Okay, I don't like that. Does what hurt?
Not. May the beam reach you.
And you see Sulrekshi goes, enough of that shit, and swats her away and says, it's not real, Arak. And you see that she whimpers, and you see looks at you. Give me another insight check, and Wick, you can give me one with advantage.
God.
Do you know that
Everyone
person?
here is
Keep your senses open if they start to congeal.
I got a 7.
I got an 18.
Wick, you'd recognize a true believer anywhere.
Oh, sure.
You look at Arak. You believe that Arak fully believes
that I've been saved.
That you've been saved. And she is weeping and looking with a yearning and a devotion.
So not a friend of yours, but someone who...
A fan.
A fan? Is that you? That's your first fan?
Not my first. For
sure.
Not your only fan.
You see, Sulrekshi goes,
it's a fascinating little blade you carry.
Thank you. That's a fascinating big paintbrush you carry.
Well, we do paint here. So, you two are awful quiet.
Well, these two are here. It's a sense of just...
You serve the light.
Oh, no.
In a way.
He serves those who serve the light.
In a way. The light takes many different forms, fills all sorts of spaces.
What a worthless pile of gibberish. Running your mouth said absolutely nothing. Describing what light does to me, that pisses me off. Fine. You don't want to be pals, so you can just stand by the sidelines.
You see that her head turns owl-like and fully rotates, and you don't hear any bones breaking at all. Just a free-floating head. You see that she turns out and goes,
what about you, pretty boy?
May the beam guide us all.
I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit at all. Arak does because something's wrong with her.
To be honest, I'm kind of over it myself, so it is nice to speak freely in a comfortable space.
Yes, well.
And turn over to Bolaire and be like, what the fuck kind of friends do you keep?
Friends is a very complicated word. Just be nice. It gets you very far. Catch more people with blood and sinew than with honey, apparently.
So, Rekshi.
Yes.
If we're correctly on the level, you are not a believer of the light. I'm not gonna go into my personal beliefs as it's not relevant, but what would you like with the Radiance, Lord Wicander, as someone who is not a believer?
Let's get down to brass tacks. Lord Wicander, I never thought I'd get you.
Well, you're not getting him.
No, I just mean, I never thought you'd stop by. Didn't see how I was going to make it happen. I have to keep, as you can imagine, Tyranny, a low profile.
I get it.
I love that you asked something from me. Being asked for something is always just such a delight, because then you can give someone a gift.
It's true.
Like the company of fellow, just delightful people.
We're demons here, but we play it on the level. We're a legitimate business.
She gets it.
Anyone who says we are a legitimate business is definitely
Lord
one.
Wicander, you are such a special young man. And I'm so interested in you. Do you know that you are currently a missing person?
I do know that I'm estranged from my family at the moment, yes. Why, what have you heard? Did they say anything? Have they put out a...
Ears everywhere! Whew! And like 20 of those smoke bats fly out from under her rags.
Oh, I was really expecting ears. That's nice too, though.
You see that she looks and says,
Missed opportunity.
What? I'm just so interested because I've been in Dolmakia for some time, and I pay attention when the composition of a portrait changes. And I notice that we're getting a lot more Gestalt. The white space is expanding. Things that used to be rather vibrant and multicolored are condensing prismatically into, call it just a shade of white, like fresh canvas. The light is coming. And when I heard that you went missing, I thought, now there is a crack in a perfect prism. And I became so interested, and I was wondering if I couldn't impose on you to have a polite conversation, and I promise I'll make it worth your while.
There are some stipulations that we have before there is a yes. We all agree we're walking out of here. Unharmed.
Oh. We, Master Lathalia, are a workshop of artists.
I only say this because I know that my compatriots are nervous, and I want to give them as much of a sense of safety as is inhumanly possible. And we also did agree that we get a bit of information about our current troubles, which honestly I think are your current troubles as well.
How familiar are you with old laws, Lathalia?
How old?
Older than the world.
I strive to know much, but there is an infinite amount of ignorance in the world, and please illuminate me.
I vow this in my domain. These walls with those to whom I have exchanged the power of the pit. No harm will come to you or your companions, lest harm you visit on our heads first. No captivity shall be visited upon you at any cost. I loathe captivity.
As do I, with all of my heart.
Old laws. Question for question, answer for answer.
These laws I did know, and I'm so excited to see they stand.
Do you wish to exchange one for another, or shall I go first and you keep the tally of what is owed after?
I think that is up to you.
Other than the origins of certain paints, I don't know what else we would need to ask this proprietor.
That is very, very astute of you, actually. So at that point, we will go back and forth, because often answers lead to more questions.
You don't need to qualify it with an actually. He's an educated man.
Thank you. We'll go one for one until we run out of questions.
Splendid, young Lord Wicander. Haelavar, priestly house of Tanzul, shaper of the sun. In the absence of a shaper. What'd you call me?
Nothing. Just hot in here.
In in the absence of a shaper, how did your family retain their sorceress abilities?
Am I to be honest with this person?
I think
I would recommend as much honesty as you can produce.
Also, they're from the pit. They know Jarvie. I'm sure that they know pretty much exactly what has been going on with your family. Yeah, you can be honest, I think.
Listen to Tyranny, Wicander. I know much.
Honesty makes friends.
You might give me an answer I already have, and if you lie, I'll know you're lying.
Well, it seems everyone here knows a lot about my family, but I didn't until recently. However, I've found out recently that the source of our power is not divinity.
It isn't.
Well, not in the way that I thought it was. Our faith is not the source of our magic. It is instead inherited, or rather injected, from the blood of a celestial being of some sort, who has been tortured and drained of his life force, and that fluid has been converted into filament, and filament has been tattooed on my face and in...
You're going a bit off track now. Let's try and keep it simple and basic.
Sorry.
Like, practically know what
She looks at you and goes, angel stuff.
Is that you're lying? Is that for real?
Wait, you said that you would be able to...
check.
You said you would be able to see if I'm lying.
Give me an insight check. You see, she goes, give me an insight check.
Yeah. That's a 20.
She goes, that's fucking crazy.
I thought you said
I know a lot. I don't know everything. Why would I call you here to ask questions if I knew everything? Use your head.
But you
use your head. I called you here because I didn't know. That's crazy.
You said you could hear if I was lying or not.
I don't know, man. You see, she goes, okay, angel blood. Wow. Wow, okay.
So you see the sort of honesty on your end that we are hoping to ascertain.
Yeah, now it's our turn. What's up with the paint?
That's a question. We make all sorts of paint.
That's not our question. That's not the question
paint.
Specifically.
All right. I'll let you do a take back, see? But I'll let you do. You know how I have to do ya.
I know, demon stuff.
Now listen. Listen here. Here's what I want from you. I'll let you do a take back, see? But can I have a drop of your blood for a test? I'm not gonna own your soul or anything.
100% no. No.
All right, then that's your question. The paint's here.
There was a point B to the paint. There's a specific paint.
You said what's with the paint.
What's the deal with the paint that is being used to paint the hallowed round? That paint. What's the deal?
Master Lathalia, are we allowed to use ellipses in the question asked?
May
just a drop. It's not.
May I be so bold as considering the company that I have brought, and I'm aware that the lengths of which I had to go to make my other compatriots comfortable with dragging this young man into the depths of what is this delightful place?
I'll answer.
May I be the teacher, and then everyone can filter their questions through me.
No dice. I want them to fuck up again. Listen. Listen to me. Listen. Fuck. How about this? Drop of blood, give you the tape paxi, and I'll tell you what I discover.
You did this to yourself, I reckon. I can't have...
We're a democracy. How am I doing this?
We're not a democracy. It's your blood.
One drop.
Whoa, do we have... I mean, that's just one for one question. She can give her bullshit answer about what the paint is, and then we can get into specifics if you have any more.
Well, it's going to be the difference between a drop of blood or another question that's going to fulfill everything they need. So they will
I thought we were in cahoots with these guys. She seems totally cool.
She is, but there is the game, and the game is played. There's no sense of This is not about a friendship right now. They are delightful, but the game is the game, and you have to abide by the rules.
Cut me, Teo.
They have to try and be tricky, and so do we.
Press it right into his palm.
You see that she takes out a thin sheet of almost translucent parchment.
Too much.
And puts it there. And a pentagram turns into a beautiful tree of interconnected runes, feathered wings spreading from it.
Sick.
Vanishes.
Were you? Well, my word.
Don't ask a question.
No.
That'll count.
I'm well aware.
You see, she looks at you and says, I promised I would tell you. You don't get your power from filament. The filament is that treated substance in your tattoos. You see it on the faces of luxes all throughout the realm.
Yes.
Your power does come from the blood of angels. But that blood is your blood true. There is a word for what you are. Azune.
Do I know that word?
Yes.
How?
Do I know that word?
I have only heard of them in legend.
I was wondering.
She looks and says,
Does Wick know that word?
I don't think Wick's heard that word before.
Oh
And you
my.
see, she goes,
Oh my.
She says, you are only partially mortal. I don't know if it was your father or your mother or your grandmother or your grandfather or what it could have been, but somewhere in the past, someone used one of the soldiers of the Shapers for something they were not intended for. Not supposed to do hanky-panky with the constructions of the gods.
And yet they gave them the parts. It's really, honestly, it was practically asking for it.
Okay, sidebar. I'm not
Yes.
gonna say a question.
No, just as
I'm
long
not
as it's
gonna say
to
a
me.
question. I'm not gonna. Okay, but we should. Why does she want Wick? What does she want to know?
Already we've started.
You did say that out loud, and I'm going with it.
No, we still had the dot
I called sidebar.
prior.
I called sidebar.
The
That
dot
was a
dot
question
dot.
to me, not to you.
So we're allowed to call sidebar. That's the new rule.
She did not call sidebar. She
I'll
just...
call sidebar.
We still have.
I'm looking for a level playing field.
We are still owed a dot 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 question from
Yeah,
before.
yeah, because of the blood.
We are still owed that.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Yes.
Fuck, you've got
My boy.
Fuck, you are the blood of angels.
Sweet fuck.
All right.
The paint that currently coats the theater, the one that was given to me in theory and brought there. What is its intended purpose, and what is its composure? What is it?
What is it?
And what is it made manifest for? We know there's blood in it.
A client delivered an artifact of the Shapers to me. A profane artifact. One, you see she turns to Hollis, who's been standing by silently. One that deserved to be. You see Hollis goes, ruined. And you see she says,
yes.
One that deserved to be unraveled, and that which it captured to be liberated. The paint is derived from the blood of the river Gavzidra. Gavzidra, the river of blood, first flowed upon the face of Ahriman when Azgra the Conqueror was first wounded by his siblings as he sought to bring strife, conquest, and war to the face of Ahriman. His dream did not exist in harmony with theirs, and therefore back did they drive him to the lands of Kahad, where he bled, and from his blood did clouds of ash and lands of choking soot flow forth, and his people did he gather to him. Gavzidra
is the river through the underworld that passed through the tenebral reaches to the dying fields of Skratuluk. It was the means by which the souls of the fallen Rungyani were brought to their afterlife.
It's the blood of the gods of war.
Now, it is said that Azgra, in his greed, condemned the blood of his people to flow through the river Gavzidra, that his first injury would be their injury eternal. The paint was rendered, and the question asked was, what is the deal with the paint? I cannot say to what purpose my client intended the final product. That is a separate question that you will have to ask if you wish. But what I will say is my intention, my deal with the paint. The souls of the Rungyani deserve freedom. I am a demon of destruction, as all demons are. I was forged at the dawn of time to destroy one thing and one thing alone. I seek always to bring low the tallest tower of any age in which I am fortunate enough to draw breath.
It delights me that we have so much in common.
She smiles at you. I'm glad as well. And I do want to find out your secret. Maybe I should use one of my questions on that.
I would be curious to see if you would be willing to waste it on that.
You see, she says,
open book, I am.
Maybe we have a long friendship ahead of us.
I would really hope so.
Although
if you are successful, I imagine not quite as long as it could be.
You see that she smiles and says, I do not know what came after, but I can say that my efforts were successful. I took that thing. Azgra, that fool, that ruiner, that debasement. My client brought in a chalice the ever-flowing fount of Gavzidra. And in this place did I unmake it and provide it new form. But something endless cannot simply be unmade. Energy cannot ever be destroyed, and so new form need be given to it. To unmake the evil that was, that destruction does not exist. Something new must be wrought in order for that thing to cease.
Transmutation of celestial powers. You here?
Yes.
You are very powerful.
Well, thank you. All right, my next question. You see, she looks over and goes,
Wait, you already asked me about my dad and if I know my dad, so...
Are we allowed to do retroactive questions?
I mean, you did that, right?
From where? If you are indeed Azune, and the blood of angels flows in your veins, then yes, your sorceress ability is obvious. There are many thousands upon thousands of luxes of the Candescent Creed. I've seen them cast spells. Even an angel doesn't have that much blood. Where are they getting their power from?
What do you mean?
Where do the luxes of the Candescent Creed draw their strength from? How are they gifted? You're not going to ever convince me that the creed is fucking real. You see in the corner, Arak goes... She says, Arak, I've made my feelings clear on this.
I told you what I knew. They get their power from the filament.
Do you believe that to be true?
I do.
Oh. Well, I think you're wrong, but it's an honest answer. You see that she sort of huddles up and says, oh, I remember what I wanted to ask you. All right, next question. Who's got it?
Before we ask, yes, of course, we could ask about the client, who this client was. We could. We could ask what this artifact was, or we could ask more about me.
I think we're going to get to you eventually. I think. Well, I believe that I'm pretty sure that was the
client.
Yes, the fact that they're not saying it though indicates that maybe it was more complicated, or it might just be a ruse to get us to waste another question. I appreciate you've told us so much about this artifact.
How would the Aussie have even gotten this artifact? I think the client was someone else.
He would have gotten it through me. Well, this one he didn't get through me, to be honest.
If only we could ask someone the question, we might get an answer.
You have to be very careful when asking these questions. How was your client so capable in obtaining a artifact such as this, and also to know that you had the ability to rend it as you did? Tricky one.
My client in this case were representatives of an organization.
Oh boy.
Which had made contact with me. Many years ago, I first came into contact with the Cloak. A group interested in matters arcane. As a demon of anarchy, they thought fit to speak to me about the pit. They were interested in realms beyond. They were interested in matters concerning, I believe, the burgeoning underworld and the problems that it poses to mortal kind. The Cloak seemed to me to be, despite all their shadowy ways, rather naive or optimistic. Regardless, I was put in touch with two members of their organization, one Fang and one Mara, the Wing, who wrested their chalice from... In terms of your question is how they were able to wrest it, my understanding is that the Cloak monitors the activity of House Taconis very closely.
Fascinating.
And that they are something of the birds that hide their eggs in other birds' nests?
Cuckoo.
So I'm on this bird thing recently.
Cuckoo.
A cuckoo. They're sort of like a reverse cuckoo. The Cloak is very strapped for resources, so they wait to see what these large houses with all of their vast sorcerous might, they wait to see what they are chasing. Believe the Taconis have been digging up a holy site in the Endless Night for some years, and the moment they excavated it, my understanding is that the Azi and Mara swooped in to see what was in there, and were able to find a font of the river Gavzidra that they'd been searching for some time. Those fonts are few and far between post-Shaper's War. They are, as you can understand, horribly profane and blasphemous. They are anathema to the old path, and so therefore they went in, found the working font, and performed some magic. Mara is a proficient druid and was able to hallow that unhallowed place long enough for Mr. Fang to get the chalice and bring the headwaters of the river Gavzidra, head bloods.
Well, that is an awful lot.
And my, just steering it back to me for a second. What was my what did you detect in my blood? What sort of ancestor? What sort of type of blood?
Azumar was my answer.
But we can get into that later. I have books
but
for you.
she owes us a question.
No,
I just answered a question.
No. She asked us, what is the bird called that lays eggs in another person's nest?
Brilliant boy! You are the son of angels. You're so fun. I'm gonna put you in some. No, I don't believe in captivity. I'm not gonna do that. Old habits. Listen.
You do.
So, your question was about.
Is there a type of be this Aasimar blood, celestial, demonic, fiendish?
The registry of your blood was not only celestial, but specifically a celestial of Tansul. One, the registry of it seemed to be an angel. What is it? What's the one that looked after the House of Flame? Ithion.
I've heard that name, yes?
That's what Yanessa said. Your grandmother said
Yes.
that. Yeah.
Ethion.
Yes.
So that's my guy.
We can do. We have reading that we can do at the museum.
All right, back to me.
Yes.
Where is this angel you are bleeding dry?
I can't be certain he's still there, but he was last seen in the sort of the basement of the Alamo. The basement of the Villa Aurora.
Yes. Wait, what, for real? He's here in Dolmakia?
Yes. What do you?
I feel like we should stop answering questions.
Oh shit! So bad at this game.
Thanks, Julien. So you can ask one.
No, that's the rule. He established it. You caught me, so it has to be your question.
The pool of sweat that's been slowly creeping down Julian's armor.
You'll be fine. Just don't fuck this up.
What would occur should the river of Gavzidra come in contact with the fabric of the old path?
I can tell you what did happen. Mara, the wing, along with Thiazi, were able to perform magic together. It is the blood of Thiazi's people that flows captive in the river Gavzidra, and with a druid of the old path, were they able to liberate that river. They brought it in the chalice here. The chalice was filled with the first blood, Osgra's blood, that blood of a shaper that kept captive the blood of the Ruyani. Demons are not anathema to the old path. Where demon kind and fairy kind and primordial titan touch, therein is born a world like a beautiful flower that blooms. To know life and creation is to know destruction and chaos. And as one who walks the world of Ahriman under the shadow of the sundered houses, I think you'd be well aware, Sir Davinos, that some things are worth destroying. And she looks down at the rapier at your side. So, seeking a demon, they asked me to destroy an order that should not exist. The Order of Osgra. a lingering curse on the river Gavzidra. Now, for their purposes, I know not what. It does not dwell on me to worry about the safety of the souls or what comes after they are liberated. That seems to be the cloak's objective. I saw a jailer's cell and I broke it. And I was proud to do it. And I rendered it into some extremely beautiful paints.
What delightful talent.
I have a question.
Right, because that was the one because I fucked up. Yep, go for it.
I'm gonna ask in demonic.
Yeah.
Well put.
Great, you guys go for it.
Thank you.
What do you ask?
Oh, I should say?
What, is it just gibberish, or what did Tyranny say?
I said, Sister of the Pit.
Mm-hmm.
My lot is to protect the angel that is next to me. Do you have anything for me as I walk a very dangerous road that is going to be caught between my nature and my lot in life?
In demonic. Beautiful destruction abounds. And she reaches out a hand and casts Identify on your knife.
Ooh!
You are here to hurt people. You know it.
No. No.
Young Tyranny. There are people worth hurting, and if you don't believe that, you're a bigger fool than the angel you're here to protect.
This isn't demonic. Did you just call him a fool?
No,
Okay.
yeah, demonic. She goes,
that knife you wield is an artifact, one I do not recognize. It is new and yet very old. I do not even fully know what it means, but I know this. Spells that you have to cast, what you choose to wield. It will give you insight into people's hearts. I believe that that knife was created to punish those who have harmed those who love them.
In demonic. Thank you. You're a real one. Love her.
I am a real one. And so are you, sister.
I think that was 3, if I counted, official questions that weren't part of a tit for tat, which I think is the classic number, unless anyone else.
Should we wrap it up?
How do you feel about the game of 3, as I call for the end?
She says, game of 3 is fine, Master Lathalia. You have my token, and you your knife. Tyranny, you attune to your knife in this moment. And as you do so, you level up to level 5.
Oh, fuck!
Her head spins around.
Oh, it's a spray! It's a spray!
Not the other eye.
Sorry.
She says,
Did you see that?
Do you need a lozenge?
Yeah, thank you.
she turns around and says, and if you see your dad, tell him I said hi.
Will he know you?
Oh, he'll know me.
Are you my mom? Do I have a mom?
What?
I don't know. Sorry, forget. Sorry, we're not doing
If
questions.
you, hey, sister, if you don't know you have a mom, I don't know how I'm supposed to know if you have a mom. He says, no, your father is your father is one of those who remained, is all I'll say.
Huh.
My dear, while I will not offer such as a boon, you have my friendship, and I will always help in a time of need. A word of advice, though.
By all means.
The light is about to shine very bright. A light that will burn. If If you have a way of any help that you can be in what is to come would be good for everyone involved. I don't believe any of us are going to be satisfied with the outcome if the church does what it hopes to do.
She looks to you.
I've been hiding in this city since before the Shapers fell. I'm very excited for a show. I hate when things are boring. You come back anytime. Love you. Love your ancestor, dad, who knows? Evian's boy, and he's here in the city. Ooh, cobalt blue, cadmium red. Let's get to work. Bats.
And you see that she says, "Toodaloo, game of 3. Keep a hold on that knife, sister."
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to ask anything before we leave?
No, we should leave.
No, we're going right now.
Do you want me to dye your mane?
Yeah.
I kind of do, but no, let's.
What color would you choose?
Gray.
you guys head out and you see Auroch, that spined demon, just whimpering in the corner looking at you.
May the beam reach you, sister.
She grabs your hand.
Oh my god, okay.
Please.
Please what?
Let it reach me. I don't know how to be worthy.
Oh, you go ahead now. I'll give it a second.
Sister, the beam comes within. Remember that.
Where's that written?
You guys?
From, did I say it to me? From within.
Is it from or come? Am I froming or coming? Help me!
We're already out the door.
Yeah, you're out the door. Great.
It's mysterious. It's mysterious.
And we are going to switch out. I know that we're running long, but we're going to get. I want to get 3 for 3. So let's please get those headed to the Bowsprit Manor to King Gus.
That went rather well.
Great fucking job, guys. Holy shit. Gang, you guys head out together. It is mid-afternoon. This is the same time period that they're going to the Via Aurora and our other friends are going to Sulrekshi's. You guys head towards Bowsprit Manor. This is a beautiful merchant's manor in Shafira, which is a neighborhood we haven't been to so far, but Shafira has a lot of people from Ezri, and from Baladri and from several other places that you walk through. The houses here are beautifully appointed, like almost, they're smaller, but they're from like townhouses, but just like gilding up on the walls, and there's some small marketplaces, and you see there's like a small little coffee shop, and there's a guy walking with a samovar giving like fresh squeezed juice from the Galadriel orchards around the way. You see that there's like some sort of musicians and buskers. It's a thriving neighborhood up above the rookery, and you walk to Bowsprit Manor, which you can see has 2 large hound statues outside of it. And you see actually that this has a small Thimble you'd recognize, a wanderer's shrine, a hound's shrine. So it has the little place, and you see that there are some sleeping dogs there. Walking up to the door opens, and you see there's a sort of walrus mustache, older, Timonish merchant who looks up and says, Professor Magnuson, yes.
Oh, yes, yeah. You knew I was coming.
You see that inside there are 2 hounds of the kings, large, kind of bruiser-looking hounds. And he says, His Majesty awaits inside. Walking through the door, you can see there's another driver's gate and a coach house, and you enter into this courtyard area where carriages and there's like multiple carriages here. So this small townhouse actually opens up, you realize, and this guy has the whole block, but just doesn't look like it. So it's this thing where it's like, this guy's got way more money than he's presenting at this little narrow townhouse outside. You walk inside, and out under a garden, you see bandaged up with his druid beside him that you recognize from the assassination attempt, Martin. You see seated there at a small table having their tea outside. There is a beautiful sort of older human woman like sort of 50s. She appears to, you see a family resemblance to Gus. She, or sorry, not 50s is probably wrong, maybe like 40s is more accurate. She, there's a young boy with her there who's sort of dressed like a Timonish noble, and you see King Gus, who stands up. Martin the Hound says, presenting Professor Magnesson of the Penteveral and...
You don't have to do all that.
Well, I do. I don't work for you. As well as Lieutenant Azune Nayar of the Revolutionary Guard and others. Hello, others. You see King Gus says, it's all right, mate. Welcome to Bowsprit Manor. Professor Magnesson, who are your friends?
I hope you don't mind that I brought some compatriots. I think they'll aid us in our discussion that we're going to have. This is Vaelus.
Hello, sir.
Last name, Vocavano.
I don't believe in her time it was common to wear one's family name.
Oh, so Vaelus. And then you also have Thimble over here.
I met some of your hounds. They were super cool.
They are, aren't they? It's very nice to meet you, Thimble. It is an honor, as always, to treat with the fair folk.
I fucking love this guy. They said you were cool. I knew you were gonna be.
Who said?
Well, everyone.
Someone put my name in there now.
Yeah. Dame Morgaine, Hawkins, they both like
Morgaine.
lots of respect.
You saw Morgaine, she's all right.
Yeah, she was fine.
She is wise.
So helpful.
And stout of heart. And you saw Hawkins as well, yeah?
He is.
Did he try to show off?
Yeah, well, he killed a guy in front of me. Drowned him.
How the fuck?
Yeah,
you got a hand?
stood on top of him. It was
Good grief. It's gruesome. All right, well, they're good.
I mean, it was a bad guy.
They are honorable knights.
Sorry, there's a kid here.
He says,
Just is disguised as a member of your guards.
And this is a young protege of Azune's. This is an arcane marshal in training. This is Sebastian Novell.
You see that Cavalier, the Greyhound that you saw in that combat that was by the door, says, Sebastian, is that your name?
Yeah.
Sebastian, why are you dead? And you see Martin tenses up, and the druid puts a hand on his staff, and a bunch of knights. There's probably about like a good 10 knights in here. Hands go to.
I let the disguise drop.
You see Gus looks and says, who are you?
Okay. I'm sorry. I swear to God, that'll be the last little disguise, but we knew that this was going to happen.
Martin goes, we are a little on edge, as you might imagine, given the assassination attempt of the previous evening.
I apologize. It was necessary for me to walk through town. My name is...
I am so sorry. I apologize. I have to retcon that. You're wearing a walker's ward.
I am wearing a walker's ward.
I fucked up. I totally forgot that you're wearing a walker's ward. None of that happened. Sebastian, take it away. My apologies.
Oh,
shit! Sebastian, take it away. I was in my head. I was doing divine sense, but you have the shit that you need. You're good.
Yeah, Sebastian.
Cool. So you see Gus just looks out and goes and says, Sebastian, welcome.
Thank you.
That was about to get really bad, huh?
Murray just like blinks as a divination wizard.
Yes. You see an alternate timeline and come back.
I cannot piss this guy off.
This all happened in your head.
He looks out at you and says, welcome then. Professor Magnesson, we are to depart this evening. We don't wish to stay one more night in Dolmakiar if we can't help it.
I do not blame you, but I do hope that we can leave this building and at least you can leave Dolmakiar knowing that you do still have allies within the city walls.
I know I do. What you did was reckless, wild, and heroic. You saved my life.
Thank you. I'm sure you might know more than we do, to be quite honest. But me and a lot of my compatriots, as well as 350 hired swords. Honestly, hired is a pretty liberal term.
Passionate swords.
You see, he says, you command 350 soldiers of the Revolutionary Guard, Lieutenant.
I would say we collaborate with 350
Ex-Revolutionary Guard.
interested individuals in the right people of the city thriving.
And they are interested in perhaps a new revolution. This is why we are all banded together and hope that maybe we can leave with a handshake with Timony as well.
I've helped rebellions in the past.
I know you probably do not want to get your hands dirty, especially when it comes to meddling with the Sundered Houses. Unfortunately, I don't think you have a choice in the matter, and I think you know that too.
I think it's already reached you.
News of this miracle, the people are going to be even more amazed. They need answers. The dead walk openly. People don't know whether to mourn their family members or if they've passed through the old path. Even in Timony, we've done everything we can to encourage people to wish their loved ones farewell, but that dream of an afterlife still holds, and that's what the Creed's offering.
Do you believe in the miracle that you witnessed that day?
I believe in the power of old Obrademia. Perhaps she had a healing spell or something that, you know, I don't know. Maybe she has the power to bring herself back.
If I told you that she's a big fat liar, would you believe me? And I have...
What kind of proof
I don't have proof. I don't have proof. I just know. I just know. And you have to trust me.
Give me a persuasion check.
It's still a long day. It's still a long day.
Guidance.
Okay.
And remember, portent is after the roll.
It is after the roll. I keep forgetting that. That's a 4. I like that. 18.
18 persuasion?
18 total. I'll take it. Especially because you went,
You believe in destiny, Professor.
I believe it's healthy for people to believe in destiny. I don't think destiny is rooted in any type of notable or actionable reality, but I think it's a great sentiment.
I've thought about it a lot. Ahriman is a big world with a lot of history. Very few boys that grew up with fleas in their hair, sleeping on the floor with dogs, grow up to become kings. And very few professors wade into the thick of combat, undo enchantments that have been placed on druids of high circle, find a way to dispel and unmake. If you tell me that you can't prove it, but that your gut is telling you that the Photarch is a fraud, my gut told me to raise the banner of independence. Guts go a long way as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, if that old huckster is a fraud, I'll buy what you're selling.
Do you believe in destiny, or do you believe that you worked your fucking ass off to be where you are today? Nothing was given to you, was it? Nothing was granted.
I was the bastard son of a noble. The man whose seed created me, not my father. Was that you laughing at seed?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're my type. You see, he looks at you and smiles and says, the man who sired me believed that he had visions of the Shapers after they had died, He was a cruel, egotistical tyrant, a monster. And so the midwife got me out of the room, and I was raised by the Lord's Kennel Master. I thought my surname was Kennel for the first 18 years of my life.
It's a cute last name.
Gus Kennel, not a bad name. When my father Halloway and my uncles Charlie and Casper were hanged, when my true nature was discovered, I took my father's life and I inherited his throne. Did I work to inherit noble title? No, I did not. The work comes and goes, but fortune or destiny plays its part. And you see that he taps his shield with 3 red hounds on it for his father and 2 uncles. You see, he goes, but I take your point. Perhaps the greatest destiny is wanting to work to see a better world. And I want that.
He's so hot. He's so hot. Oh my God.
I haven't introduced him, by the way. This is my sister.
I thought it might be his wife.
You see, he goes.
Could you imagine?
You see, does Thimble say that out loud?
Yeah.
She goes. This is my sister, and her son, my nephew, is my heir. I'm not the wife-taking type.
It's even more hot.
You see, he looks at it and says, another source of contention. In the ancient age of Timony, long before, it was actually more common for kings' nephews to be their heirs.
Yeah?
Yeah, who knows who a man's heir is? It's much safer to say, we know who my sister's eldest son is, that should be the king. It makes more sense to do it that way, I think. But I'm trying to reinvigorate that same tradition, along with druidicism and our independence and the hounds and the shrine. We're trying to do. I understand that we have made the people swallow a lot of change. I do understand that. We have asked for a lot of change in a short amount of time. And when you do that, some people embrace a wonderful, brave new world, and other people flock to the Candescent Creed and call you a tyrant, and your lords conspire openly against you. And
is that why you came here, to confront the Candescent Creed?
I came here to ask the Revolutionary Council who the fuck is at the wheel.
They're not.
No.
We know.
They are asleep, and I mean, my knight. You see that there is a knight beside him who, you see, has, it's gleaming armor, locks tied back around him, deep, dark skin, and you see a sort of beard that comes down with a little bit of gray in the bottom. He says, "I am Sir Zavisi Hune. I was Carbrady's partner in all things."
We've fought near each other?
We're side by side. And you recognize him as the knight that you were fighting with in the battle. You see, he looks and says,
"You did well."
"Not well enough."
As is often the case. We've all lost friends.
I did my best to explain to His Majesty. And you see that the king says, "I was too terse with you the night before as a representative of the god. My man, Sir Hune, told me how you charged the gate, and it was your skill at arms and sorcery that pulled those other assassins off of the main detail."
I don't deserve all the credit. We've been collaborating quite well, as best as we could. I was getting ready to come here and stand up for myself, but now I don't have to. And that's quite a relief.
You gotta be quick to say when you're wrong. I say it all the time. I've gotten a lot wrong in my time as king. I never wanted to be a king. You know they make you a king if you win a revolution? It's the worst part of the revolution. I said, down with them, down with Argosia, down with the king. We won our independence. And they said, you're in charge now. And I said,
Is it really all that bad? Because you strike me as a man that has a dream, a vision for a future for your people.
I thought dreams would be a lot more popular. But people kind of try to kill you for them, I've found.
Speaking of, would you like some information on those people that tried to kill you? Or do you already know who they are?
I don't know. Shit. I mean, I have my suspicions. Was it Gormalay or who was it? I don't know who it was.
I pull out my notebook.
Oh my God, you got a list.
Okay. Azune loves lists. We tell them everything.
Yes. I basically already came prepared with a copy of this information, and I just hand them that handwritten copy of what is already in my notes.
Hell yeah. Does that include the letter? Or no, that well, like, does that no?
This is all the information about the poisons and the Assassins Guild from Argosia.
And it appears to be obviously some sort of master plan with House Halavar obviously making some sort of elaborate ruse, and also probably cannot confirm nor deny some sort of involvement from House Daconis.
How do you know?
I saw them working together.
I mean, I know they work together, but I mean, with this one, the only thing we know is what Lanastrosa, who would go work for anybody that had money. If I'm going to run this down, I'm going to need...
Here is what we understand. The Sundered Houses are making power plays, but they also have this, a dream of their own, which is more like a nightmare. And part of that was to manipulate an easy way to take complete control over the Revolutionary Council. You were not meant to survive because your land has an important landmark for what they're planning.
Sea of Licks.
I think I do hand him this letter.
I can't stop you in this moment from doing that without
If we want to make an ally, then we need to show our cards.
Be forthcoming.
And he seems like... Read this.
He takes the letter.
I reach out.
Mm-hmm.
Octus? Shut up! I don't say that. Sorry. I don't say that. I don't say that.
I did a big rewind. We're going to let a rewind happen.
No, that's not what I want.
This is not Sul Rexy scene. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
That's not what I wanted.
Yeah. Sebastian.
I look at Octus. Yes?
And the second you do that, I don't force it.
I knew that. I wasn't going to say it.
You got it. You're good.
Yeah.
You got it.
It could be his middle name.
He reads it and says,
A great deal of this is gibberish to me. But I do recognize the words Timonish King. Only been one of those so far. Daconis. Legible. If someone were to cast a divination on this, they would be able to verify that this is their writing.
It is their writing, right? We understand that. Yes.
May I have this?
I need it.
All right. Will you consider, after it has served whatever use you have, to bring it to Timon's Rock?
Wait. Do you just need enough of it to be able to cast divination on it as proof? Because I don't need the entire thing.
I just need the part that says that has a Daconis handwriting that they were coming for me. The rest of it does make my balls shoot up into my stomach and feel like I'm about to vomit. What target the path, the orchard? Is House Royce all right? I don't know.
House Royce has fallen.
That can't be true.
It's true.
And we have confirmation that there was an attack on the Golden Orchard, and the Golden Orchard is fallen.
Daconis has took it over.
What's happened to the fair folk there?
Most of them made it out.
he looks over at Cyrus and says,
We have a seed, yeah?
And you see that the droid says, "My liege, precious few are left." And you see
seed?
A seed. And you see he says, "Produce it." And you see that he hands it over and says, "I'll make a trade for you. Give me the part that references me, and I'll give you this."
It's okay. I'm gonna tear this in half.
Yeah, rip it in half.
I don't want to rip this actual thing.
Do it.
You rip it.
Do it.
Don't. No. Okay.
Yeah, do it. Go for it. It's fun. It's physical prop. There you go. Oh, you take that part from him. He looks at it. Yeah, what is
My paper.
That you said out loud.
He says, "They're coming to take over control of the Barrow Guard. Remove the chain of command." Fucking tyrants. All right.
And I'm afraid that this is just the start of their master plan. In fact, it seems like something big's gonna go down tomorrow night.
You see, he looks at you and goes, "Understood." He looks to you, Thimble, and says, "When you were with Morgaine, did you travel with her?
For a bit, yeah.
Anywhere special, anywhere interesting?"
We went, yeah. We took the back road that wasn't seen very often. We passed by a big water wheel.
Ah, you've been on the Miller's Road.
Yeah.
This is the seed of a cherry tree that grows beside the old mill. The old mill's not in this world. What? Plant this wheresoever you wish. Yeah, he goes, "If you have traveled the Miller's Road, it is yours to plant, and you being of the fair folk, doubly appropriate as far as I'm concerned. Plant that. And it is my understanding that the Miller's Road will run to she who is true of heart in this instance."
Wow.
Now, not all can travel that road. My hounds can, fair folk can. It will be a safe way to travel, and place it where you will. But
who can't go?
What's that?
Who can't go?
Those who, the hounds, the fair folk, I'm afraid normal folk will not be able to see it or find it without being guided on it.
All right.
It's for Fey eyes.
Fey eyes, yes. He says, the Fey can travel it and the hounds can travel it. Some druids, yes, some who walk the old path can as well. You see, he looks out and says, but I have this. The rest I would not wish to keep, because that, again, is the stuff of nightmares. If your people need homes, we will find places in Timony for them if we can. That I promise you, if Royce has fallen.
Does that extend to potential refugees of Dolmakyar?
Refugees of Dolmakyar?
We don't know what the next few days will bring.
But I don't think it's gonna be good. There's a non-zero chance that come tomorrow night, this city is gonna be swarming with undead and demons of the like. If we fail.
I've already told my lords that I'd like to establish a parliament of all calls, and that I want to admit more to the... yeah, sure. We'll open our doors. Of course. I mean, they're already trying to kill me. What can they do? Kill me twice? Oh, all right.
You feel Octus next to you, like, tense for a second.
As he, like, looks at you.
As you're like the one person who could be killed twice. He looks and says to you, days cannot remain this dark forever. I won't let them. But look at that sword on your back, you won't either. You have 350. They're of the guard, but not still?
Oh, that's a long story of how that all went down, but
Einfossen has been cleaning house.
They have all been cleaning house, and we've been trying to staunch the wound, is what I keep saying. Desperate times.
Another man's treasure.
Well, we try to make sure that they don't become so desperate that they forget themselves, because I think that's what the powers that be are trying to make us do. Trying to make us so desperate that we become easier to control and we forget what we're really here to do with each other and for each other. And we gave them hope.
What's made them desperate?
They were dismissed and threatened. And these sundered houses are flexing their power in a way where they're trying to make us believe that we are nothing compared to them. Cockroaches. They're starting to stomp on us.
Yeah. Break your ribs while you're on the floor. I know that.
So 150 men is not enough.
And an army marches on its stomach. I'd like you guys to make a persuasion check for me.
Yes, I intentionally was about to make a bid. Do you mind if I guidance?
Yes, go
myself as I was anticipating.
Guide yourself.
What is this persuasion check for exactly?
I think Azune, who was just speaking. Oh, but I'll have you roll, Azune. You guidance yourself. Let me know what you get. And Murray, you're watching this, I think, as well.
Wait. I'm gonna spend a luck point.
Let's go.
And roll this at advantage. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god.
What's that?
Well, I hate that.
A 3 and a 2.
Oh,
3 and a 2.
So the total is.
Can you?
No.
Not like this. Not like this.
You can't use portent here?
I don't think so. I thought it was like for me or an enemy when they are. Whenever there's an test made by a creature that you can see with one of these. Oh.
He is a creature.
I guess he is a creature.
Yeah.
Ha. What do you want me to do for you for this?
Murray, I think you look at Azune in this moment and can see him bringing up these soldiers. And you look at Augustus. Augustus has attempted to create a parliament where peasants could elect alcaldes to come and speak to each other in Timon's Rock, resolving like peasant business together. He's tried to get his lords to agree to that, so that rather than going through the lords, they would be able to come and speak to him directly. And you see him, he's like, they just tried to kill me. I gave swords and stuff I helped the Falconers Rebellion, and the Falconers fucking lost, and I lost a lot of standing. I've constantly tried to be idealistic and do the right thing, and I was poisoned on the ground, crawling on my stomach, getting stabbed with swords. Like, you see a guy running through that as Azune rolls that. You see the strands of fate of Gus being like, how much more can I fucking risk?
But the idealist is still in there somewhere.
But there's an idealist still in there.
Fucking speaking exactly to Murray's beliefs and bullshit and what she tries to do. Fucking good people bullshit. Fine. You rolled a 19.
That then is a 27.
A 27. Murray, you reach out and
I'm
see.
like, he had to go off and talk about poor people.
Does it just do the reverse of what he rolled? What is it? How does it work?
Pre-roll the die.
It just is.
You alter fate.
You alter fate. So, Murray, you use one of your portents on a very significant day.
On a very significant day. It's a very portentous day.
Very portentous day. You come in, you roll that roll, and you see Gus, as Gus is sitting there, looking at his sister, his family, his knights. He's just lost one of his knights. He's thinking of every reason. It's the pragmatic, frozen calculus and logic of politics.
you can see he has a fire in his heart just like you. He saw you on that battlefield. He saw you in that banquet hall, and you were kindred spirit to him exactly. But he has the voice in his head telling him, don't you owe it to people to be ruthless? Don't you owe it to people to be pragmatic? Don't you owe it to people to be reasonable? Are these ideals worth it? Can you truly protect your people if you're standing up for this? Is it true? And you can see that 2 and 3 hanging in air, headed for him, about to make a different call.
I think I just see him, and I see him wavering, and as Murray taps into like the split timelines, she's fully observing. Nothing is realized unless it's observed. She is fully seeing this, and she's it's like the split problem, and she sees him going back and forth. Gus, what is destiny but hope realized?
As you say that to him, you look back and see through time as your gem teeth vibrate. You see a broad, brawny, powerful young man as those exact words echo through time, as you see him young in a moonlit grove, another man embracing him and holding him as they kiss and look at each other up at the moonlight, as this knight looks at him, a knight that he lost in his war for independence, who looks at him and says, to realize this hope is your destiny. And the words echo through time as tears, as his eyes well up, wondering how you could possibly say that if you didn't know. But of course, Murray feels and experiences time throughout. Hope. That's right. An army marches on its stomach. You need food. You need money.
We do.
You need swords and armor and weapons. And we need a road to carry them on. Lieutenant. And you see he smiles a sort of devilish grin at you and looks at your eyes and says, you can count on Timony. And if you tell a song, I'll kill you. And that's all for this episode of Critical Role.
A pair of glasses appeared in my lap.
Let's get everybody fit the cool down.
Wait, say the thing. You gotta say.
Oh, is it Thursday yet? It's Thursday next week.
We'll get it eventually.
Get it eventually.
Yes.
Good use of Portent.
Good use of Portent.
Portent. Can I just
Timony,
say,
baby.
the light comes from